Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully this is coming through nice and clear. I guess we'll find out. Set up my little chat reading machine. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, forgot to turn down the volume on the chat reader. Dear Lord, how's everybody doing? I am definitely having I don't know, surreal day, existential day. How would I say it? Definitely an odd one. Beautiful thing though. I've watched a couple things and played around with new printer a little bit. Definitely impressed with some of the results. I'm gonna have to sit here and screw around with the camera focus. I think to get in real tight on. I've done two prints so far, besides the test print, and definitely going to give my review between the Mars 3 Pro and the Mars 5 Ultra now that I've gotten a chance to play with it. And some of the results are interesting to say the least. Definitely pretty impressive, and also there's stuff that I don't like about it compared to the old printer, but it could just be I'm not used to it. However, there is stuff that I see as almost a design flaw to it, and I'll get into that in a few. Um, I basically, I'm not going to lie at all. One of the things that I've done since the Sunday show, and I think I've already talked about this, that there won't be a show this Sunday, um, actually for a couple Sundays, till I build up my 3D prints and what have you, and then get them primed up and everything else because I'm almost caught up on everything that I have printed. But one of the things I decided to do after some thought and everything else, I have stopped watching politics. Um, every now something will pop up in my feed. I'll look at it and go, "Oh, that's interesting," but I'll just watch the title of it or like see the title of it, and then I'm just completely yeah. I think I'm kind of out of politics now as far as it goes. I'm not watching it as much anymore, or well, really at all. But like I said, it still pops up in my feed. Part of it was I felt like I needed a brain break. Another part of it was that some of the shit I'm seeing, some of the shit I'm seeing, I'll have to sit here and, you know, I'll give you what I'm seeing and kind of my opinion on certain things. But yeah, some stuff I saw that I liked, some stuff I saw that I scares me. It's a worrying trend, and anybody with their eyes open is seeing the same damn thing. I think if your mind's actually open. Mister had told me one time we were having a conversation. I said, "Do you have an open mind?" And he said, "Yeah, but not so open that my brain falls out." And I think anybody with that kind of open mind can kind of see a little bit of what's going on. I can understand excitement and stuff, but something else there besides excitement that I don't know if everybody's paying attention to. Um, oh shit! Sitting here talking for 4 minutes with the damn title card up. How come nobody told me? So tonight, I'll finally be painting this guy. Which shout out to Six. I think this is one of his favorite characters right here. It's a guy named Pyramid Head. He was in the video game Silent Hill and all of its sequels. And I know Six actually plays the hell out of that game. But yeah, this one's for my daughter-in-law, Ledoux. She definitely loves the game, loves the character, everything else. So it's one of hers. And then for the wife, I've got it's a Bigfoot print is really what it is. It's Bigfoot. But yeah, he's going to become a bright white Yeti. We're going to him into a Yeti, I think. Because, I mean, realistically, it's kind of like saying black bear and polar bear. Like, it just different fur on the damn things, right? I mean, one's seen in the Arctic, so of course it's going to have white fur to blend in, versus something like a normal Sasquatch, which would be brown or black, so it could blend in the forest area. But those are the two I'm going to work on tonight. Yeti should take like damn near no time. Well, I always say that it always bites me in the ass, but I think he'll take not that much to him. Maybe a little bit of gray in with the white, be able to clean it up. Hey, Devin, how are you? Um, well, yeah, but Michael Jordan, I think wears size 23 sneakers, some ridiculous number like that. So maybe Dikembe Mutombo, they would leave big footprints too. But yeah, like I was saying, the break from politics, I'll get into that. Um, and definitely, like, I'll get into why I feel uh, honestly surreal today. Like, I don't feel right at all. Um, and then, like I said, I'll also do the review of the Mars 5, which should be it's interesting. It's definitely interesting because I'm seeing a difference, like a notable difference as far as printing goes. And I might as well knock that out real quick. So let's move these guys out of the way. So, and actually, tell you the truth, that'll be a good contrast point for good old Gandalf here because of the second print I did, which Gandalf is doing the same damn thing. Look at the base, it's starting to crack and separate. I don't understand that, like, at all. I don't understand why they keep bowing out shit like this. Will even stand up? Where the hell was I last night? All right, well, I guess I can start with that then. So yeah, I'd started talking about it when I started the stream. Politics. So Sunday, Sunday show or what have you, when I got done, at the end of it, I asked Sheree and I asked Six. I was like, I think I'm gonna stop doing the Sunday show because I it gets a lot less hits, a lot less people tune in for it, stuff like this. But then I got to thinking, and I was like, maybe it's just me. I've really started thinking about politics, and because I've been talking about fucking politics nonstop, it feels like talking about the election and people trying to come together and all this other stuff. And I went and I watched a couple political videos when I got done on Sunday night, and watching them, I started browsing the comments, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, man, I've seen this kind of talk before, and it wasn't like excitement talk. It wasn't our candidate won and how cool everything's going to be and all this kind of stuff, like an excitement for a betterment of America. It was more like in your fucking face. Um, like, we were right. You guys are going to lick the boot. Stuff like this. And so then I started thinking about it. And I thought back to an ABL stream not long ago where I was like, man, it felt like it was cultish. So then I did this weird thing. I contrasted the chat from a right wing source to a left wing source. And yeah, I knew I had seen that shit somewhere before. People on the right wing are starting to talk just like the left does. Like all of a sudden, it went from, like we want change, we want hope, we want something different for the future, which is exciting, to we're right, you're scum. Like everybody on the left is scum. And like I don't know, I felt some kind of way about it where I realized, am I adding to this? Because honestly, I'm not in a cult. Um, there's an old story, well, wives' tale or whatever. And actually, I think there's only two things that have the conversation in the original story. For me, I've always thought about it in three. Oh, I know they meant it when they said those things. I knew it. Like Devin, it was the best way to put it to you. It's with left wing too. The ideology is almost like a religion. Like I've heard it espoused in Christianity for people that are really, really, really into it. Same thing for anybody who's real hardcore on Muslim faith. Um, I like it's there, and it's starting to bubble to the surface where I was hoping I was kind of wrong about it, but now that shit is switched and the power has switched, it switched over. But anyway, back to that story and where I kind of stand on things. And I'll tell it my own fucked up way. Like I'm not the originator of this story, but I'm going to tell it my own fucked up way. But basically, there is this one little patch of grass near a river, and next to that grass is a big old proud oak tree. And on not far from them, right on the side of the river, there is a reed sticking up. And the three have a conversation. And the grass says, I'm so soft and bending and everything else and springy that I can outlast anything. I can bend to anything. The oak tree says, well, my roots are mighty and my bark is strong and I can withstand anything. And the reed says, I'm just here. I'm just enjoying life, and I'm not strong like you, oak, and I'm not soft and spongy like you, grass. And a hurricane comes. And the first thing that happens when the hurricane hits is large hail starts falling. And this hail pounds into the grass, crushing it immediately. And the oak starts to laugh because the grass is too soft. Its blades are now broken and it's dying. And it says, if you're strong like me, that hail's just bouncing off me. Look at how the hail's bouncing off me. And the reed's just rocking back and forth, chilling. And it's like, yeah, I'm just here. It's cool. And next thing you know, that the wind kicks up, and the oak is getting hit so hard because of his large branches that he can feel his bark starting to crack a little. So he digs in his roots very, very hard, and a huge gust of wind hits him and tears his roots out of the ground, and he falls over, and he's laying there dying. And the storm finally passes, and when it does, the only one left is the reed. And the reed looks at both of his friends and says, you were too rigid, you were too strong, you were too devoted into strength. And then he looks at the grass and he says, you were too soft and easy to be crushed. And he's like, me, I'm just enjoying life. I'm flexible enough to go with the breeze. And I'm a reed. And like, not a very pleasant story, but it's the truth. If you're too rigid and too strong and never yielding to anything and any other point of view, that when something hits you hard, it's going to crack your bark or uproot you. It's going to destroy you. And at the same point in time, if you push over and flow with whichever way something's going, then you're going to get trampled underfoot and crushed. If you're right in the middle, you can kind of enjoy both sides and just see everything for what it is and enjoy life. So with politics, I've said this, I'm centrist, and just looking at comments and rhetoric, both sides. One side was all empowered and felt brazen enough to tell you that you were evil, a Nazi, a fascist, all this other stuff. And now the other side that has come into power is telling you that you're a useless piece of shit, get out of our way, everything else. And instead of it being hope and unity, it's everything's, for some reason, it's like I was hoping it was just going to swing right to the middle and the pendulum was going to get stuck this time. And instead, it feels like it's swung hard the other way, almost too hard. Everything feels out of balance. So I'm going to take a couple weeks, get away from politics and the bullshit that comes with it, and hope beyond hope that everything does come to a center. Everything does become a balance between the two, and there is unity, and people either start respecting each other's points of view. Because if you don't agree with a point of view, it doesn't mean that you have to be anti that point of view. You can look at it from somebody else's point of view and say, I don't agree with your goddamn opinion. I don't like what you said. But then what? Then you just come out of hand and you dismiss them or disown them or get rid of them and toss them aside because they're not in 100% agreement with your point of view. Well, you're going to lose a lot of good people along the way, and either way. But until that shit, like, I might check something out here or there, but I'm definitely going to take a brain break from it all at this point and just try and get us back to something fun. Like, I went and watched a couple movies. I ended up watching Am I a Racist? Or Am I Racist? I think it's called, by Matt Walsh, which was fucking, honestly, pretty fucking hysterical. Like, it was funny, but sad at the same time. And then I went and rewatched Alien Romulus because the boy was over at my house and was telling me, all this good stuff and all everything else, and I had already watched it, and I dismissed it out of hand as just complete dog shit from watching it the first time. So I went back and watched it again from like his perspective, his point of view, and why he thought it was great. And yeah, I hate to say it, it's still dog shit. It still was not a good Aliens movie. So I sorry to report that one. And then I went back and rewatched most of What We Do in the Shadows, which is a TV show that's on FX, and it's fucking hysterical. And I started watching the new season of that. So, like, I've been watching other stuff. Smurf and I actually went and started screwing around with Call of Duty Zombies because we were talking about that or what have you. Ran parts of the Easter egg and trying to learn how to do all that. So that's kind of fun. I actually got to play with Smurf and his daughter or what have you, and it was actually a good time. And then started listening to more Art Bell and really paying attention to more stuff with, like, I want to say aliens, but really, from my perspective, it's more debunking the people talking about aliens, and it's quite easy to debunk them. Like, it's definitely screwed up. But I've been watching a lot more pop culture, like old good stuff, or checking out old movies. You know, not everything has to be politics anymore, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Tired of people like fighting about it or getting upset or like like I said, just pay attention, make sure you're not walking into I hate to say it this way, but like almost like a religious behavior with your politics that doesn't need to be there. Donald Trump's not God and he's not the Antichrist. It is what it is. Joe Biden isn't the most evil motherfucker ever. He's just a dude who is old. They, like I said, I'll leave it at that. But that kind of answers your question, Devin, on where was I on Wednesday? That's where I was. I was not watching and listening to what's going on. If anything, I'm trying to avoid a lot of what's going on. I'll be honest with you. You have very strong religious fundamentals, Devin, and you're very invested in your politics, but you're respectful with them. I, it, None of this is aimed at addressing any one person in particular, especially not like old school people that are in ABL chats. You know what I mean? Like people that have been there for a while. Like you've been there for more than a minute, and it's not addressed at you. It's not addressed at Beans. It's not addressed at Mister. It's not addressed at Six. It's not addressed at name them. You know what I mean? You guys have been, even with everything going on, if anything else, you were always the highlight of the chat for me. It's I don't know if it's some of the newer people, but last time it was some of the older people too. But it wasn't like any of you guys. Like you guys are pretty fucking respectful about it. Like and everybody that voted for Donald Trump deserves a victory dance. Just make sure that that victory dance doesn't turn into "I fucking told you so, you loser scumbag," and now fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Like hey, Sheree. Hey, Sheree. You know, um, and that's just it. Like same thing with Sheree. Like Sheree barely even talks in there. If nothing else, she says hello or what have you. And it's funny because I was talking to Smurf after Sunday, and I was like, he's like, yeah, I see some of the same people in your streams and what have you, and I usually got to go to work when you're streaming. And he's like, he's like, Sheree is like one of the nicest people ever. And I was like, yeah, we all know she's awesome. He's like, doesn't matter what kind of day I'm having. I come in there and she's like, hello, how are you? And he's like, I can feel her friendliness through the keyboard. Yeah, that's kind of true, Mister. You aren't always respectful. Yeah, yeah, everybody loves you, sure. But no, I mean, it's none of you guys. It's man, like I said, I saw it a while ago, and it wasn't ABL's chat either on Sunday that I looked at. It was somebody else's, somebody who is big time right wing, and I'm just comparing the fucking chat, and then I went and popped up the Young Turks, looked at their chat, and I'm like, holy fucking shit! It's like the same exact thing, except for switch out one person for another, and they're saying the same goddamn things, and you're like, how can this be? But yeah. So like I said, I've been watching like old decent movies and old decent shows. I plan on going and watching like classic Doctor Who through the entire thing, which is like 50 years before it went to dog shit. But and I've already watched it once. Every episode that they actually have, including one of them that they had only the audio for, and somebody animated it. It's pretty cool. You're on live chat, Devin. I made sure of that before I even started the stream. So if you look at the first thing that I said was test, That was because I switched over my live stream chat to live chat instead of top chat. Like everything that I have is all live chats. Chocolate rain. That that's awesome. My God, mister. That was like one of the first what you call it's on the internet, like that and what was the other one? Goma 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 or something like that. Nama Nama Nama, I think it was. Like the big fat guy. Nama Nama A, Nama Nama A. Which chat, Devin? Because like I said, it's not me, it's not Sheree blocking you. It might be a YouTube thing. I think they automatically censor some words. Numa Numa. There it is. Yeah, Devin, I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, I can't see your last chat either. The last chat I had, besides you saying hi to people, is about responsibility. So here's a trick. Try phrasing it in a different way. And you do transcripts for a living. I'm sure you're like a walking thesaurus, so you should be able to knock it out. But yeah, you had Numa Numa, you had the squirrel doing the side eye. Then you had what the hell was the guy's name? David something. But it was a song and it was called Tunic Tunic Tune. It was like doo 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 da 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 like something Mendy. Like David Mendy, I want to say his name was. I can't remember what the hell the guy's name was, but it was fucking hysterical. It was like the Indian or Iraqi version of the Power Rangers. I don't even know where the guy's from. What's up, Danny? But yeah, so that's it's one of the reasons why I wasn't around Wednesday or whatever. I'm literally brain breaking from that shit. And then of course that gave me time to screw around with the new printer because I'm so damn caught up with everything that I'm pretty much gifting off to people. I need to print new stuff. And part of that is entailing me learning how to use the Mars Ultra 5 or Mars 5 Ultra, and I had the Mars 3 Pro. So what I did was, oh yeah, well I understand that, Devin. It's real easy to get pissed off like that. Print nude stuff. Well, when I paint the Sphinx, you got nipplage on that one. I mean, granted, they're going to be painted like a yellow and golden rod, but hey, it is what it is. Um, but yeah, and I might have to adjust the camera. So I did the test print. The first print I did on the new printer failed, and it was a test print that came with the damn printer. So then I tried it again in a different way, and it worked, which is one of my issues with this new printer. Apparently, you have to maintain a certain heat level in the room and on the tank with the resin. I don't know why, but it'll make your print fail. If not, it doesn't separate from the bottom. But if I leave the machine on and it maintains its heat, it heats up the resin vat and it works fine. Tune. Yeah. It's like Tunik, I want to say. Um, Something Mendy, though, is the guy's name. Mendhi, I want to say. But anyway, I printed this guy, and he's purposefully smaller than most of my prints. The main reason why I did him is because, and this is, if you don't know, this is Soundwave from Transformers. and I printed them specifically in a smaller size and everything because I wanted to see just how nitty and gritty the detail on a new printer is. And so if you look, and I don't know if you can see it or I'm going to have to adjust the camera, but all the little buttons came out perfect. You can see the missiles inside of the gun. And I mean, to give you an idea of size, it fits in the palm of my hand. These little tiny divots here in the knees, I think you guys can see that. Very defined, very crisp. And then this door, this thing on my old printer would have snapped off 3 ways to Sunday. I would have had to glue it. It came out perfect. There was only one flaw in it, and that was back here, this misshapen because I didn't put supports on it like an asshole. So it bent a little bit. But even, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but you can actually see the detail on his face. Like, I mean, I went microscopic with it, and this shit came out so pristine, so perfect that even, and I'm looking for it now, even on his arms, and it's real hard to see, there are actually lines in his arms. There's actually lines going down his chest, his legs. Every little detail's there. So, in comparison, this was off the 3D printer, right? I think I've shown you guys this one before, Gandalf. That was one I did last time, or I've had for a while now. No, what the hell's the name of the guy who transforms into a boombox? Soundwave transformed into a cassette player, like a Sony Walkman. The one that transformed into a boombox, his name was Blaster, as in Ghetto Blaster. But yeah, so you can see the detail on Gandalf here. Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all. He's actually got some texturing. Like you can, if you run your hand down it, you can actually feel it. But he didn't come out bad at all. His beard, the hair, and everything else. This is off the new printer. Every little fucking detail, right down to the runners on his shirt. Let me see if I can adjust this. Let me see if it'll adjust on its own. If it won't, I'll have to do it. There are literally running lines on his shirt where the thread is. Every little single detail came out perfect. Smoother application. This one took me 8 hours for it to print. This one took me an hour and 45 minutes. It's made of a UV resin. It's made of a UV resin, Danny Boss. So you have a vat of resin, and I kind of showed this off when I was unboxing it and showed my old printer and everything else. It lowers in, it's a liquid, and then the bed has a UV light. Now, the old one has a 4K screen to it, the new one has a 9K screen to it. And what happens is it turns on at a high UV frequency, it hits the resin, and it hardens the resin against the building platform. Then it pulls it out of the liquid resin and lowers it back down so new resin gets trapped in between, and it builds layer by microns, basically. But yeah, I mean, and the other thing is with Gandalf here, I had to hollow him because he was going to break free and fall off because of the weight. This guy's solid. No holes in him, no nothing. Just one solid iron piece. Like just the detailing in the back in the cloak. Like if I'm looking at the cloak on his and then I look at the cloak on his, the definition difference between the two is unreal. Same exact resin, just different printers. Even the cuts on their hood, you can kind of see how much more detailed it is, like how deeper the layer is. It's It's definitely crazy. Definitely, I'm impressed with it. Um, so I'll be grinding out new stuff on the new printer. The old one, I figure I can use it for things that don't have as much definition to them, but anything that's 4K or like real ultra detailed and sharp, then I'm gonna have to uh, I'm gonna have to use. I can use the old printer. Anything else that's higher detail, like Iron Man here, he got a pretty good amount of detail, but you can see where some of the parts, like in the neck in particular, it's more like bumpy ridges instead of well defined lines. Yeah, smoke them if you got them, Devin. Hell, in this day and age, smoke them if you can afford them. But yeah, it is what it is. Um, And then today, for whatever reason, I woke up and I swear to God, it was like I feel like I'm in somebody else's body. I woke up, I couldn't even feel my damn hands. Like they were just numb. And then as times progressed, like I'm not feeling the pain I normally feel. And I wake up every day in some kind of pain, like whether it's my knuckles, my knees, my neck, whatever. But I woke up like I feel like I'm in my late 20s again for some reason. Are the cigarettes cheap in Winston-Salem, Devin? I know when I first moved to South Kakalaki, cigarettes were 250 a pack down here, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Because I was paying like $6 a pack, I think, in New Jersey, and now cigarettes have gone up to I think I spend like 550 a pack or something like that down here, and up north they're 15 fucking dollars a pack. Yeah, Danny, it does, and it does sound like some voodoo because the weirdest part is I don't feel like I feel like disconnected from my own body. It's weird. I guess I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and be in pain and feel all right again because when you're in chronic beat up pain, you get used to it. But yeah, like I mean, this is odd shit. I feel like I'm piloting a mech and like I'm still in me or whatever. I even ran it past my wife, and my wife's like, "Hey, maybe you're having a dopamine fit or what." But then again, maybe because I stopped watching politics. Maybe I was carrying extra stress or something, and stopping watching politics relaxed me. I don't know. It's weird. Smoke them if you got them. Yeah, it's. I'll fire this bad boy up. 17 pounds for a fucking pack of cigarettes? Holy shit, dude. It's cheaper to buy weed at those prices. Like I know 1550 up in New Jersey. Like when my buddy told me that, I was like, "Oh shit!" And he's like, "Yeah, I quit." I was like, "I guess so." Need a second mortgage just to afford a smoking habit, which is funny because one of the things I told my wife I want to get, I'm looking at getting a because I'm trying to cut back on my cigarette intake too, and I'm doing horrible with it. There was a point in time where I completely quit smoking cigarettes, and I had an ex girlfriend get me smoking again, and then I got married to a woman who smokes too, and so it's like, well, that's my one vice. That's her one vice, really, is cigarettes, and it's like, all right, well, we're good. But I still want to kind of reduce my cigarette intake because I'm going to smoke till I get lung cancer, and then Everybody's going to be like, "Oh shit, Gam's got lung cancer. Oh, it's terrible. He's going to die." And just going to be like, "Yeah, but it's my own damn fault." But one of the things I was looking at switching up to is actually, and I looked it up online. They're like $40, I want to say, but pipe that looks like Gandalf's and start smoking a pipe. Well, yeah. So in America, what happened was Obama was trying to quit smoking. The true story. Obama used to smoke cigarettes, and he ended up putting more taxes on them over here so that it would deter him from smoking, but punished all the other cigarette smokers, right? And the taxes overseas. I don't know what's going on in England with your taxes. I'm not sure how that shit works. I'll be honest with you. I know that you can go to the Caribbean here, like if you go on a cruise, you can bring back, I think, 5 cartons. Um, I think it's 5 cartons, and they cost you $20 a carton if you go to the Caribbean. But yeah, like whole thing with smoking is it's actually apparently more addictive than heroin. And I know my dad smoked when I was younger, and he always said if they get to $3 a pack or above, I'll quit smoking. And he quit smoking when they hit like 250, I want to say. That my stepmother didn't approve of cigarette smoke, so that helped him quit. But yeah, as far as I go, I had quit at one point in time. I was actually on that Mister path of working out and getting healthier and stuff like this, and then started dating a girl who was hardcore into drinking and smoking cigarettes when she drank, and I fell right back into it. Part of the reason I don't drink, I don't make good decisions when I do drink. You would be murdered, Danny. I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that always kept me smoking cigarettes was that I work retail for a long ass time. And if I had an employee that said I want to go out for a fresh air break, I'd let him go, because if somebody said I want to go out for a smoke break, I'd let him go. So I thought it was only fair and balanced. But if once somebody starts smoking, and especially I started smoking when I was what, like 13, 14 years old. Um, well, not weed, just cigarettes. Weed wasn't until I was like 18 years old that I actually started smoking that. But with cigarettes, I started when I was like 13, 14 years old. And it's one of those things where there was a point in time where I could go without a cigarette for as long as I wanted, and it didn't bother me. And that switched when I got to be about 16, 17. All of a sudden, I started to need them, and then I got super addicted to them. But you can't just outright ban them. And you're not wrong. Smoking it's poison or what have you. But I'll tell you what, it also kept me. I would have been in jail for murder about 6, 7 times if I didn't have a cigarette when I was working retail. When somebody came in and just, screamed at me for 2 hours for something that wasn't my fault or one of my employees' faults, like I would be like, okay, after I was done with the customer, I'm going out for a smoke, and everybody just look at me and go for a smoke because we don't want to hear you fucking flip out. So they have their place. They do calm you down. Oh, see, like, so yeah, I used to get a head rush from it or whatever, but once you get used to in a rhythm with smoking cigarettes, I don't know if it's an oral fixation. I don't know if it's I just like smoking, whatever. Um, and I'm sure the addictive chemicals and nicotine or whatever's addictive about nicotine, doesn't help at all with this. But yeah, like I'd get that head rush, and then I didn't really care about the head rush. If I wanted a real head rush, I'd just smoke weed. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's in my DNA, because that's one of those things that they did find out about DNA being passed on to children. So if your mother was a smoker, you have, I can't remember what the percentage is off the top of my head, but you have a very good percentage chance of becoming addicted to nicotine, right? Because there's something with that gets passed directly from your mother and father's genetics where they have receptors in their brains for that nicotine. Even if they're the first ones to smoke, it sets up a certain receptor in the gene, and then when they have a child, that receptor appears in the child's brain, so that it's like you've already smoked cigarettes. It's weird. Vaping is worse for you. I'm not gonna lie at all. Vaping is actually worse for you. Something with the water vapor going into your lungs, you're basically steaming your lungs. Like smokers, you're like gunking up your lungs or what have you, and you can recover your lungs. You, if it's been shown that the lungs do kind of repair themselves. It's not like somebody who's a heavy drinker where you scar up your liver or whatever. There are cases like, I don't know, when I had my physical, God, what, 2 years ago? Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to go for a physical soon. But they X-rayed my chest, and I didn't have any scar tissue on it, and my lungs were actually pretty fucking healthy. It was like an MRI or what have you. The only thing was they did find scar tissue, and I'm like, oh, I smoked for 30 something years of my life, and they said, no, 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 it's not from that. We can see where you've done this, that, or the other damage from smoking, and it's not bad at all, which shocked the fuck out of me. But what it turned out was when I was younger, my parents, and like I said, my mom's super sick right now and dying from it, right? But it's actually something with my mother's basement where there was mold down there. And from breathing in the mold spores, it scarred my lungs. That's a good thing though, Danny. That's not a bad thing. You'll never hear me advocate for somebody to start smoking cigarettes. Like you'll never hear me advocate for anybody to do something that's fucking addictive. I'll just tell you why I do it. I enjoy it. I actually do. I think shit smells better and everything else when you don't smoke. And I think it did diminish my like lung capacity, stuff like this. But and not going without one for hours and hours at a time or whatever, I do get jittery. But yeah, I don't know. Like your sister allows her daughter who is 15 to vape. Yeah, that's not right. That's a big no-no. Like with me, when I started smoking cigarettes, I was sneaking them. Actually, I was working in the bar at the time, and like, just kind of at first it was like more of a social thing. Like, oh yeah, man, can I get a smoke? And sit there and bullshit with somebody. Um, yeah, it was like, Jesus Christ, what was I like? 14 years old working at the bar. I was 13, just turned 14. But I would bum a smoke off somebody or whatever. But my mother, fucking all over my shit to this day. Like if I called my mom right now and put her up to the microphone and said, "Go ahead, tell them what you think about me smoking," she would go the fuck off. She hates the fact that I smoke because she's never smoked a day in her life. Well, I mean, the other part of this, Danny, is it does sound like a tragic scenario, but unless you're willing to take that kid and raise it, it's her kid. She can do with it as she wants. You know, it's an unfortunate thing. Well, but parents like give in and break on kids a lot easier than they did. I mean, when I was a kid, you got your ass whooped. Nowadays, they'll tell you to express your feelings in like lesbian poetry while you weave a basket or some shit. Like, it's weird. Yeah, screw your freedoms. I mean, look, if somebody's bothered by cigarette smoke, I'm definitely not going to stand next to them and light up and like blow smoke in their face or something rude like this. I'll be like, I know you guys don't like cigarette smoke. I'll go over there and smoke. I'll be back in like 20 minutes because then I'll have to smoke like two of them, like back to back, and then come back and like hang out or whatever because I'm good for like 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever. Well, I mean, here's the other thing, Danny. How are you trying to help? Are you trying to help by preaching at them and telling them what they're doing is the devil's work? Because I'll tell you what, that shit ain't going to land. You need to meet people where they are, or, I think I got to say, I had my one uncle. Um, he was good about it with the way he went about it. So when I did quit, he was actually like cheering me on the whole time. He had been telling me to quit and told me, you're going to do what you're going to do and all this kind of stuff and just try to meet me there. But, and then when I started smoking again, he was like, yeah, well, it is what it is, but at least you tried. And, like this kind of shit. You need to be encouraging while being discouraging. Like, did you offer some kind of supplement to it? You know what I mean? Like, hey, look, they sell gum, they sell, because that's just it. At this point, I think there comes a point where if you've smoked cigarettes for X amount of years and you quit smoking, you're going to do more damage to yourself through withdrawal than you will from fucking continuing to smoke because your body's already grown used to it. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with, I guess, your niece or nephew. Yep. And well, that's my theory, Devin, is, everybody always says death and taxes, but you're 100% right. No, it's just death. Nothing in this life is guaranteed other than you're going to die. Like, everybody can at least say that. Well, you're going to die. So you might as well enjoy it while you got it. They don't like you talking about Christianity and they think you're nuts as it is. Oh no, the negative effects of vaping are 110% there. Yeah, they've done a couple studies. I mean, now they're not long-term studies, so you don't know what the long-term effects, but just the short-term effects, it's pretty definitive where I can say smoking a cigarette, while not good for you, is actually better for you than vaping. It's actually as I cough and hack. It's actually better for you than vaping, but it doesn't mean it's a good thing either. It's not advocating for it in any way, shape, or form. Oh, that was interesting. Why'd that goop up so much? So we're just going to go white on him to begin with. Then I'll go into some of the gray in his fur and we'll call him a day. The Yeti will be easy as shit. Good old abominable snowman. Yeah, well, I mean, look, if I die of lung cancer, I'll be looking at the guy in the mirror and going, yep, yeah, that's your fucking fault, pal. But I'll also go, nothing like that minty flavor of a nice menthol. I don't know. I say a lot of stupid shit. But yeah, like that's just it. It's already baked into the cake at this point. Like even if I wanted to stop, like I said, baked into the cake. I might actually throw this brush out and grab another one that's just like with the blue handle because this one's starting to wear out. Not able to get into the fur like I was before. Yeah, popcorn lung, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean trust me, there's nasty stuff. But then again, there's plenty of shit that'll kill you anyway. So, like I said, it's really what you enjoy in life. Like I know people, all they smoke are like big old fat cigars, and I've never been one that I could sit there and puff on it. It just, I don't know what it is about cigars and stuff like that. I just can't get into them. But I've been looking at, possibly trying to just regular ass wooden pipe, like a nice cherry wood pipe with a little pipe tobacco in it. Seeing how I do with that. And no, I wouldn't use the pipe for weed before anybody even says anything because, well, you have other different devices for smoking weed or consuming weed that wouldn't involve ruining a nice wooden pipe, nice cherry wood pipe. I feel you would cheapen the experience in it. But yeah, I watched Am I Racist? The Matt Walsh movie. And one of the coolest parts in the movie, spoiler alert, one of the coolest parts in the movie is Matt Walsh goes to a biker bar, like all dressed up with the man bun and all that stuff. Well, I mean, consumables are that. It's a different type of high, though. I'll tell you that now, Danny Boss. But yeah, I am racist, or am I racist rather? He goes into this bar and he goes, "This is what they preach about." And you see a Confederate flag hanging up in the background in the bar and all this other kind of shit. And he's talking to everybody, and they're like, like, no, I don't care what skin tone somebody is. If they're cool and all that, then they're my brother, then they're my brother. I don't care what color they are. Like he's like, so it must be down south where people are feeling all the racism. And then he's down in like, I want to say it's like Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, somewhere down, way down far south. And he goes in and he's actually talking to black people. And every one of them's like, "What are you talking about? I don't get hit by racism and all this shit. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "Well, I'm a DEI expert because he gets certified to be DEI in the movie. It's kind of funny how he does that." Um, but yeah, they tell him like, "Yeah, I don't face racism like that. People don't treat me any kind of way because of my skin." Like, it's just, it was probably the best part of the movie, to be honest with you. But he definitely, I won't ruin it for anybody. He definitely plays it out like everybody I think saw from the trailer, the one scene where he's in the group and he's like, maybe if I had a better disguise and all that. That whole scene actually goes on for a while. And I'm not going to lie, he kind of like the whole reason why they even looked him up to see who he was is because he was kind of being an asshole. Like he really was. Like he kept interrupting him and just making funny quips and stuff like that, where the people kind of started to feel some kind of way about him. And then one person realized like exactly who the hell he is and called him out for it, like being Matt Walsh and Daily Wire and all that stuff. Um, so there are, well, yeah, you're in the UK. You guys don't even have the same kind of piracy laws that we have over here. Over here, if you want to watch it legally, you have to be a subscriber to Daily Wire and you can watch it right on their platform. Um, if you want to sail the high seas with it, though, Danny Boss, there are websites out there that you can just sail the high seas and watch it over in the UK. And like I said, I don't think you guys have the same piracy laws as we do over here in the US. You can watch stuff that is streamed over here, and they can't really do anything about it. If you download it, they can shut off your internet. They can fine you $300, all kinds of stuff. Over in the UK, I think it's a completely different animal. Yeah, see, like that was one of those movies I forgot I wanted to see, but it popped up and I was like, oh shit, a good rip of this film. Let me see, because I guess somebody who's a Daily Wire subscriber got a, like got a hold of it some kind of way or did something naughty. And yeah, it showed up on this one website that I go to watch stuff that I don't own the streaming service, or you know, if it's a movie that I'm like, is that going to be shit or is that going to be good? I'll go there and watch the movie. I'll just stream it and watch it real quick. And as a matter of fact, don't be shocked if it's floating somewhere out on YouTube. The other day, um, I saw, I know I saw Deadpool and Wolverine. I posted the link to that one. That's how I rewatched Romulus. It was right there on YouTube. Like I didn't pay to watch it. Somebody just uploaded a copy of it and just put it right on their channel, like balls out. Like I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I guess what they're doing is they're grinding up their subscribers with it and then switching over to whatever content, like homebrewed content. I mean, some people do shit like that, like, oh, we're gonna stream this movie and then get nailed for it, but they only get like they get that first copyright strike and it's like a week you can't stream or post videos or whatever. And then they've already got the notoriety because people figured they were going to keep going with it and they don't. And then they just put up crap content. Like it's the same thing when I would watch the Five or any of those kind of shows. There's definitely like a Hindi dude or a Filipino dude that is uploading those, like the full show of it. So you're not just watching clips that they want to show you from the show. You can actually see the whole show. And then at the end of every one of the video, it's either him playing a video game or like his girlfriend knitting and crocheting. Not all heroes wear capes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all. The movie was all right. Um, it was funny. Like it was a funny movie. It was a decent watch. I wouldn't give Daily Wire $10 to watch it again, but it was worth it for just catching it the way I did. You've seen what? Yeah, you've seen that crocheting thing. It creeps you out. That's okay. Yeah. So the YouTube's algorithm is way fucked up. I don't know how this happened, but I legit had like this. Do this too, so I can see exactly what I'm matching up here. I legit had it where all those like reels or what have you, and I think it was because I was watching stuff on anime, but it's like a little Asian. I don't know. She's Chinese. I think she's Chinese. She might be Korean. I'm not sure what the hell she is, but she's definitely Asian, and she like dances like she's a robot, and she looks like she's about 14, but she's probably like 52 or some shit, and like she does like this robot dance and all, and it's the creepiest fucking thing I've ever seen, and I could not get rid of that out of my feed forever. I was like, what the hell is this, and why does it keep coming? I was like, legit, they would ask me, did you enjoy this video? Or no, I don't. Like, stop showing me this content. And YouTube's just like, well, you're fucked, dude, and just kept playing the same content. I'm like, what? Why is this loading into my feed? It's the same way I have not watched Tim Pool in God knows how long, 3 years, 4 years, and like his shit just pops up into my feed like repeatedly. Yeah. I think I told you guys and like shared one of them like, yo, check this out. Why do I keep getting this in my I don't know why. I don't know what the deal was with them putting this crap in my feed. Like I don't like I did notice this. So when I was watching a lot of politics or what have you, every now and again I would get like basically like fringe right videos. And I'm like, yo, I don't want to see this fucking garbage. Like, why am I watching, like QAnon conspiracies and shit popping up in my YouTube feed? I was like, what? Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't understand it. And then, thinking about it, I'm like, the algorithm must think that I like fucking watching this shit. But YouTube does all kinds of weird shit like that. Like, I know going to watch, like, say it's like Ben Shapiro or something comes up, and I click on it, and I'm like, all right, well, what's going on with this? Before it, Kamala Harris ads were running. I'm like, why am I like? You do realize this is playing before a Daily Wire video, like. You guys are basically funding him and giving him money to advertise your shit, and all his people fucking can't stand you and hate you and everything. Like, what? Why am I seeing this? Like, it's one of those things I'll never understand. Where if you're watching something that's left wing media, and like you're watching a shit ton of CNN, and they run a Trump ad before it. It's kind of like, oh, I saw a Trump ad that just changed my mind on how I'm going to vote in this election. It's like, what? What? Like, how do you guys think this shit actually works? Like, what did you load in here to make this shit come up? And like I said, I was watching a ton of stuff on manga for One Piece and My Hero Academia, stuff like this. So I kind of understood the Asian girls popping up in my Reels feed. A lot of times now, what pops up is, you know, watch till the end of the video, epic fails, stuff like this. That's what pops up now. But at one point in time, flat out just weird as shit, like this little robotic dancing Asian girl. Are you trying to convert me to your treason? What movie is that from? I honestly like, usually I'm pretty good with movie quotes, but that one I can't place. And you'll probably tell me, and I'll feel like an idiot for not knowing it. All right, we got his outer fur kind of white. Let's go with a very, 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 very light gray in different spots. Well, see, like that's what I'm saying, Danny Boss. Like that makes sense because you've fed enough into the algorithm where it should detect that. For me, why do I have? I'll tell you what. So YouTube might be a little bit bad with that kind of shit, that kind of content. YouTube is nowhere near as fucking bad as like Facebook. There's basically like chicks where you can see right through their clothing and stuff. Like on their version of the reels or whatever, they actually have like nudity cut in with it, interspersed in there. Like I'm like, how the hell do you people get away with this? It's like, what is this fucking shit? Like, and why does it come up in my feed? Like, I don't even go on here except for to talk to my grandmother when she hits me up. Like, why in the fuck am I getting this shit in my feed? I don't, I don't, like, and I'm looking at the content I'm posting. Whenever I post content, I'll post the link to here. So somebody who's in my Facebook will, might pop in here or say hello or whatever. Like that one chick Trish dropped in the one time. And she's a hardcore Harris supporter too. So I didn't expect her to stick around for long. But like, I'm just like, how in the fuck? how does this work? And to be honest with you, I don't think they know how it works either. What's up? How are you, Les? Yeah, I have to be careful with the language because, well, wait, are the kids still in Utah or whatever? Because if the little Patriots are in Utah, then yeah, I got to be careful with my language. What movie is that, Devin? The Resurrection or the is it the Life of Brian? Is that what your favorite one is? I mean, I'm not gonna lie a little bit. I watched The Passion of the Christ one time, and that was all I could take of that. I've seen torture porn movies that were less brutal than what they did in that goddamn movie. Like it was just the brutality. The Robe. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Oh, that's awesome, Les. Congratulations. Glad to see them reunited. Um, oh yeah, I guess this is the part where I'm supposed to say smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't, all that fun crap, right? Yeah, yeah, do it if you feel like it. If not, it's okay too. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Devin. The Passion of the Christ, like it was just, I'm like, what am I watching? Like, like we're watching a 2.5 hour beatdown of somebody, basically. Like it was just brutal and like, hey, I know back then stuff's a lot different than it is nowadays. Like they used to throw Christians in pits with lions and all that kind of stuff, but it was. I definitely felt some kind of way watching that movie. Like it disturbed me. It was definitely like one of those. I'm like, dang. Like I was not expecting what I got out of that movie. It was a hard watch, and I only watched it once, and I'll never see it again. It's like watching Wreck for a Dream or a movie like that where it's like, dear Lord, what are you sorry for, Sheree? You didn't do anything wrong. Dang, out of nowhere, Sheree's just like, "Oops, sorry, Gam." Like, why? What'd you do? Did you like boot somebody out and delete all their chats or something? Like, I know what happens when I say "oops." What did you do? And honestly, I'm sure. Well, I can't say that. Normally, I'd say none of you guys know. Do you know like what I'm talking about with that kind of joke? So back in the day, it was Bill Cosby, and I want to say it was called Bill Cosby himself, and it was like a stand-up, and he was talking about going to the dentist, and he's like, "You're sitting there." And the dentist is drilling away, and he's drilling away, and next thing you know, he's just like, "Oops," and you're like, "Did you just say oops?" I know what I said. Well, actually, no, it was a surgeon. He's like, "Scalpel, protractor. I need a sponge. Oops." And he's like, "Wait, wait, wait. I know what I've done when I say oops. What do you mean by oops?" Oh, like Sheriff Scrott. Yeah, I forgot. Sure, I forget you have a wrench sometimes in here because it's not like I don't expect you like you don't have to yell that please don't cuss in the chat 50 times a night. I swear, the only person around here with a potty mouth is me. You guys are all pretty good about that. Well, except for Devin, she likes to go off sometimes, but you know, I mean, reality is, God, I hate Yetis. Um, the reality is that, yeah, you guys are pretty good with it. I'm not. I got the potty mouth. Like, if I got paid $1 million not to cuss for like 2 hours, I might have to give up that $2 million or $1 million just because of the oopsies. Like, oh, did I say that? Sometimes my mouth goes faster than my brain. One of the problems with live streaming is that too. I was explaining this to Smurf. Like, if I'm not if I'm not reacting to somebody in chat and I'm just talking, it's really awkward and weird because even with people in chat, it's kind of awkward and weird. Just try sitting there and having a conversation about something with people not talking back to you, and you'll see what I mean about it being like kind of awkward and weird. Like you start to like, am I nuts? Am I just talking to myself? Am I just talking to the air? Especially if there's nobody watching and you know somebody in the future is going to watch your content. So you're trying to like talk and tell them something when they watch it in the future so they kind of have an understanding of where you're going and you're just talking to no one at all. Like there's nobody there. Oh, Sheree, I believe that too. Like some people are on better behavior online than they are in person. Other people are the other way around. I'm kind of the same either way, except for, certain shows where cussing in loud, then I have to be clever and come up with other ways. And like even when I started doing this stuff, like not the live streaming, but the video end of YouTube, if you go watch, I don't cuss at all in my videos because those I actually have where kids can watch them. You need age verification to watch like one of the live streams, but with my regular videos, because I wanted everybody to be able to enjoy them. Like I knew my grandmother would be tuning into it, stuff like this, so I didn't want to cuss. So like if I wanted to call somebody an mf'er, I would call you a muffin fluffer, or instead of saying shit, I would say sugar. So it'd be like, oh, sugar. Just one little clever way of getting around it. But that was back when I was worried about being monetized. And then, reality hit me that, yeah, I got about as much chance of being monetized as Caitlyn Jenner does of getting pregnant. I'd need 500 subscribers and like, I think it's like 3,000 hours watched or something. Now, granted, my hours watched is going up. Subscribers count, not so much. Not so much. Well, then again, it could also be when you set up your account, you set it up the right way and already took care of that age verification thing. Like YouTube does a whole thing where just even to set up a channel so that you can stream, they want like your phone number, they need proof you are who you are, stuff like this. Now, I don't know if that's just a US thing or it's the same thing in like say India or the Philippines or something like this because it doesn't seem like they age verify anybody. And, you know, like, I don't know. I think it's over here. Americans are very uptight when it comes to certain things, where foreign nations are way more relaxed on it, and then they'll have weird stuff. Like, I know in Japan, it's very taboo if you show pubic hair. Stuff like this. Like, just weird. Like, what do you mean it's very taboo? You can show your panties all day, but if you show pubic hair at all, that's like like capital offense over there or some shit. Like it's weird, very very odd. So I think it depends on where you are in Carmen, San Diego, where they're going to hit you for whatever. Like I'm sure Danny over in the UK, if he starts talking about a certain sect that has come into his country, we'll keep this kind of friendly because I don't want them showing up at Danny's door, dragging him out and beating him in the yard, like all the way on his way to jail. Because apparently they blocked up quite a few people over there for it, which is part of the reason I said no religious talk anymore. Besides it being divisive, I don't. Danny likes to speak his mind and feels a certain way on the subject, and I don't feel like watching them come and take him. Well, not even watch. Like, hey, where'd Danny Boss go? I ain't seen him in like a month. Oh, he's making big rocks into little rocks. They got him out in the hot sun. He fought the law, and the law won. He fought the law, and the law won. Oh, you didn't know about that, Sheree? About the UK government like going after people online for stating things that are happening in their country? Was that like a surprise? Don't worry though, they pride themselves on, free speech for the most part and just if you say something one way, they've had press conferences on that shit. Like I watched like I don't know what it was. Danny could tell you better, if it was a prime minister or what. I don't it wasn't a prime minister, but it was like top cop and he was talking about it like, yes, even if you're in America, we can come have you extradited. Now, granted, since things happened with the election and they were going after Elon pretty hard for Twitter, and basically, I think it was JD Vance told them flat out, look, you either cut the shit with Elon Musk or we're going to stop funding NATO. Oh, the pubic hair in Japan? Yeah, it's taboo. It's the same way that their adult film scenes, they they make it all blocky apparently, so that you can't see anything. Like they make certain parts of the anatomy blocky in those films, so that you can't see nothing. But yes, it's very taboo for some reason. Just one of their cultural things. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, it's okay to dress up like a 10-year-old in a little schoolgirl's outfit and dance around and parade around. It's also okay to work in a sushi bar and lay on a table in just your underwear and have people eat the sushi off your body, but it's not okay for that other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's odd culture. Yeah, well, I mean, Discord's a whole nother matter. Apparently, I'm not in Discord anymore. And yeah, I'll just leave that there. But you can always go on my Discord and say whatever the hell you want, Danny. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. That one I've got control over. But yeah, I don't want them coming to take you away to the funny farm where life is good and everybody's happy. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. You should be able to, like, I'm not telling you. Actually, I was going to tell you to Google it, but I just thought about some of those search results that might come up. But yeah, you can Google why is, pubic hair taboo in Japan. Matter of fact, let me look. Let's put on our learning caps, people. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Why is pubic hair taboo in Japan? Okay, so here you go. Let me see. Japan life. Here's a Reddit post. Oh God, I got to be careful how I phrase this too. Body hair is a lot less common in Japan, but yours will be treated why I semi because you're somebody semi well hidden disgust, the urge to touch, or relative indifference. Probably similar to reactions you have. The standards for hairy are lower in Japan. This is a country where men regularly pluck their eyebrows, and I've had my earlobes shaven during a haircut. So if you're considered hairy at home, you may indeed be considered werewolf like in Japan. I found that much of the initial attention paid to you will be to the fact that you are not Japanese, however, as opposed to any specific health attribute. Here we go. The Japanese hate all body hair. It is seen as shameful, and to display your body hair in public is a serious faux pas that should be avoided at all costs. Here are a few grooming tips that will keep you from losing face and keep your new Japanese host from losing their bento. So there you go. That's what it is. It's seen as shameful, and displaying body hair in public is a serious foul po. Yeah, I hear you, Danny Boss. Like, so to your point, right? What's up, Smurf? So what you were just listening to is I was explaining how Japanese view body hair. Like they don't have any in adult films, right? They don't show it, and they actually pixelate it out. And I just read why on a post where somebody who's living in Japan had posted it, and they were explaining that it's basically like shameful in their culture. Um, and you're not wrong, Devin. That's I said display, but that's actually how they fucking had it worded in the posting was display. And as far as it goes, Danny, like the whole thing is, some people take that shit real personal. And I'm not saying they're right for it. I'm not saying they're wrong for it. But some people, like I don't know because like when I explained when I said we're going to stop talking about religion for the most part is because like it's something that's personal to each individual, and you can insult a whole group of people by saying the wrong thing, even if you didn't mean it. And I didn't want anybody like it just can go bad wrong. There's a reason why you don't talk about it when you're in the bar, for example, or in your case, a pub. There's a reason why you don't discuss religion, politics, or money when you're in a bar because somebody's going to get offended by it, and when there's alcohol involved, there's a chance you're going to get your ass beat. Yeah, shameful, dude. Poor Smurf. What the fuck did I sign up for? I just wanted to come in here, say hi to my friends, and say what's up, guys, before work. And yeah, I get to hear about the shamefulness and the awfulness of some people. Um, oh, and Smurf, just so you know, that boat thing we were doing on zombies, yeah, that shit's patched. They put it out with the latest patch today, so it's been patched out of the game. Like all the boats disappear now whenever you blow one up. But you can go into there's a new mode now. Man, I fucking hate this thing. Um, I hate the way this thing's coming out. There's a new mode now in Call of Duty Zombies called Directed Mode, and it actually walks you through the Easter egg for the most part. and it also caps the level. So if you go on Terminus and turn on all the power, it caps you at level 10, and then you can just get headshots if you're trying to grind out a skin for a gun or something. And I know nobody else that's watching probably gives a shit about what I just said at all. That's fine. That was more directed at stuff Smurf and I were doing the other night, so I understand. I understand why you would be bored with that topic of conversation. God knows it's like trying to watch a. There's a reason I don't stream video games. I thought about that. Like there's some fun times where it would be cool to stream a video game. Um, like I streamed one where we were in this jungle thing and it was Smurf and I and we were killing the rhino penis people and stuff like this. And that was actually a fun one because the commentary was hysterical, right? But I don't watch Twitch streamers play video games because I can just go play the damn game myself if I want to play. So why would I subject other people to, hey, you know, it'd be really fun to sit here and watch me play video games for 3 hours. Like, unless you're doing something that's outside the box and like original with it, yeah. And you know what, Danny? I'm not going to lie at all. You are 100% justified in that because I've seen that firsthand myself. So I don't think what you're saying is wrong. But if I kill it from all ends, then it can't be an issue. That was my take on it. If I just kill it from all ends, then you have no issues, and then you can just talk about fun stuff like what the Japanese find shameful, or you know classes to underwater lesbian basket weaving, like how much they cost. I mean, we live in a country where I'm sure it was a thing where somebody did actually take out a student loan to study why mice don't like swimming in booze. Turns out that, yeah, they don't like swimming. So, but you're never going to know unless you study it, and spend a couple $1 million on it. Stuff like this. Oh, dear Lord. What has our world come to? What does this world come to when a man dressed up as a bat terrorizes Gotham City? This town needs a good enema. Yeah, you know what? I hate this damn thing. I really hate the way this looks. Let me see. The face is not. It looks like a giant goddamn blob. The face isn't defined right. Even when I get in there with the like a skin kind of tone where I can work with it, I'm not really liking this print. I think I might just toss him. I'm not gonna lie at all. He doesn't like he's too bundled up. Like I don't know. He just doesn't look right. Like the paint doesn't look right on him. He doesn't look right. Like the model, the sculpt, like it kind of flows together. Where even going heavy, like I'm gonna try going heavy on this paint right here. Yeah, he just. I don't know if I like this one, like at all. Yeah, I went heavy on the paint. I'm looking at it on the camera. It doesn't look right. In my hand, it doesn't look right. Oh, um, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they actually do, but yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's to come, so to speak. I want to see what happens going forward. Like I said, I'll be hopeful and I'll be pleasantly surprised if everything works out the way everybody wants it to. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how everybody reacts. Like I can hope in one hand and shit in the other and figure out which one's going to fill up first. But I'm still doesn't mean that I'm not wishing the best, but I'm also one of those pretty damn skeptical of every damn thing. Like very skeptical for things. Oh, he's a businessman. Of course he's going to mean business. Danny, what are we saying here? I mean, I'm not caught up on everything. Yeah, I think his model's going the way of the dodo. I am not liking it. The definition in it isn't right. The fur looks like shit. He doesn't look correct, like at all. Like his face looks so off. Like even trying to weather it or just do a normal skin paint job on it is not coming out well. I am not liking this model. I think you are going the way of the dodo, my friend, or the way of the Yeti. One of the two. I think he's out of here. I think we're shit canning the Yeti. I do not like the way this looks at all. Like I can't. I can't with this definition. Like I can't. It just it doesn't flow. It looks like a blob of shit. Looks like my old gym sock from high school with the yellow stripes on it. Like just it doesn't look right. I mean, if I get in there with, and now even if I got in there with black, I don't see it shadowing or holding the paint right. Like it just does not look right to me at all. Like going over the pink with a tan out. Let me see. Let me try doing it on this foot, seeing if I can't get it. Like even going in there with heavy ass paint, it's not coming out right. Like the definition just is not there. Hey Paul, how y'all doing down there in the Bammer Roll Tide? I don't even watch sports, and yet still, whenever I see somebody who is from Alabama, it's always Roll Tide. Down these parts, things are happening down here that are sighting. Me and old Jasper took the truck out, went down, had us a good time at the old Wounded Catfish down there on Clarksville Drive. Yeah, that face is terrible. Just tragically bad. What the hell can I turn this thing into? I don't want to turn him into a Bigfoot because it's just a damn Bigfoot. But the Yeti thing, I mean, it's supposed to be a Bigfoot, but the Yeti thing does not look like it's working. Like it just does not low on that critter. It just looks like a big blob of white shit. God damn it, you waste of fucking resin. If only I could fire a laser beak out of this guy and just like annihilate this little son of a bitch. It'd be perfect. Send rumble at him. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that light gray over again. See if it fixes. But honestly, I don't think. I think this one might be SOL, and you guys know what that means. The issue is that, all right, so on something like take Gandalf's beard, right? See how it's like defined, right? You can tell it's the beard. You can tell his face is smooth, right? Same thing with, actually, it's even easier to see on with the new printer and the new print style or what have you. But Frodo Baggins here, you can see the curls in the hair and everything else, and you have this texturing in there. And, so you have this contrast between them. What they did with this one is the texturing in the actual hair itself, they thought they were being clever, but and it's hideous like up close too. But like he's got teeth in this. He's got a brow, he's got two eyes, he's got his nose, right? But the way the hair is running into it, instead of it being flowing out and away from the model, they did it as one huge part. So it's like undefined clay. So it's rounded. So when the paint's hitting it, instead of like it's picking up some of the texturing on the fur, but it's not layering out to the texturing. So it looks off compared to what it should look like. What it should look like is good. I mean, I'm going to go for more of a gray in there. I mean, at this point, I do have a way of salvaging him. But let me see, which honestly is going to be funny if I do it this way. But I have a way of salvaging him, I think. Because, see, like, so the gray is going on there smooth. It's not really picking up the definition of what it should. Like, it's just, it's not showing up right. Yeah, well, I mean, I could always turn him into transgender Bigfoot. I mean, I don't know if he's a guy or a girl. Like, there's no determining factor here. Um, but yeah, I mean, I could always transgender him. Actually, what I could do is because of the definition of it, instead of doing him out as a Yeti, I'll give this one shot in a small place, and if it works and I'm getting the dimension that I need out of it, then I'll go for it. If not, I'm just going to toss the model aside and call that one a day. Call that a bad model, go find a better model. So there is another cryptid that is just like Bigfoot and just like a damn Yeti. And he's called Skunk Ape. Yeah, see, like, but that's part of the issue is his facial features are being washed out. But if I take him back to black, you see if we can see definition a little bit more on him. Because if we can see the definition more in the black, then I'll turn him into a skunk ape. Skunk Ape has, just like a skunk, he has a white patch running up his back. Let's see. See, I can't really see the definition in black either. It's just, I see what they tried to do. They just did a piss poor job at it. Whoever sculpted the model, thinking that somebody was just going to print it out and not actually paint it. Was there a ray of drop of golden sun? Me, a name I call myself. Fa, a longer way to run. So, a needle pulling thread. Well, you know something? You've shot so many deer in your time, Paul, being a hunter and everything, that it's about time one of them paid you back. See if I can't get definition back at doing it this way. I doubt it. I doubt it's going to let me pull it. See, it looks smooth, and it shouldn't look smooth. Even getting in there with my fingers. Damn. See if I can get it on the back of his hand. See if I can't get in here and get it to define again. Yeah, like, it's not picking up the fur right. It's just, it's not looking right to me at all, guys. Should have been an easy one like bam, bam, bam. I do this to myself every damn time I say this is going to be easy. Every goddamn time. Why, God? Why do you curse me? I thought we were buddies. Yeah, let's see. See, it looks like, I don't know. It looks like clay to me. Doesn't look right. No matter what I'm doing, I'm not able to pull that fur out of them. Should be all kinds of definition in this arm, and there's just not. Like, I can kind of get a little bit of it back, but it's not pretty, and it's so far one of my least favorite prints I've done, and I've done some really shitty prints. This one's got to be number one, where I'm not even going to finish it. He's getting a DNF. Oh, cool, Danny. Thank you for dropping in, bro. Appreciate you. Take care and be safe over there. Well, yeah, of course the value wouldn't balance out between the meat harvest and the repairs. I mean, dear Lord, don't you have like a pick 'em up truck, like a really big one? Hey, what's going on, Jay? How are you? And he got in here all quiet, snuck in. Yeah, I can paint on the facial features. Like, I don't know. Like, in here is how the fur should be defined up on the shoulders and the arm. Instead, it's like smooth. It's almost like they used so when you're 3D modeling, you can do texture brushing, right? And when you're doing like a 3D sculpt, 3D model, you can set it to like the fur brush. But this guy looks like he didn't use a fur brush. He just kind of like linked a texture on top of a 3D model is the best way I can describe it. Let me see if I can't get this to pull out. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this out. Just like my dad, I'm not going to be able to pull out. I mean, I'm kind of getting in that texture back, like a little bit, although it's hard as hell to see because how bright that is. There we go. You can kind of see the texture coming back versus like this smooth spot here. Why don't you just strap them to the roof, Paul? All right. I gotta try and recover this. Try again. You know, it's not coming out like how I want it at all. I gotta try and recover this thing. I really actually hate this one. I hate you, model. I hate you. I hate you the way a vampire hates garlic and holy water. I hate you the way a southern man hates a toothbrush. Yeah, I can't get that dang smooth spot out of there. Or at least I'm trying to get the brush to pull a texture. If I can texture it out with the brush, I might be able to save the model. I am not seeing it happening. Even with that black cover up to fade back into the white. I'm gonna call this damn thing Bane because it's the bane of my existence at this moment. So you guys you wrecked your car, Paul. You caught a deer that you didn't even like snipe out in the woods, so you didn't need to use a tag for it. Did you at least butcher it on the spot or and take it home to eat or what? Yeah, this is disappointing. Also feels weird, like I'm not putting the right amount of pressure or something, or hitting too much pressure. Yeah, try tight brushing this. It's not getting any better. Try going into these. I'll tell you what, Devin. If I tried defining his face, yeah, like even the definition in the teeth, like you can see the definition there, but it's not. It's not pulling his teeth. He's too smooth. They didn't. They didn't do him justice, so to speak. The sculpt. Maybe the sculpt's too small too, and I go bigger with it. It might come out right, but it's just none of the texturing, none of the way it looks. Nothing is sitting right about this figure at all. I've got giant smooth spots, like right where my thumb is. It's hard to see it on the video too. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. If I kill the lighting, you can see it a little bit better, right? Right in here, there's a huge smooth spot, and then it goes back to fur where this should be a muscle definition in here. And it's instead of it being like if it's plain gray or black or all one color, it looks all right. But the moment you start painting it, you realize that they didn't define out the model right. Like they didn't do his arm muscle should come up like this and back, up the middle, and then over here. Instead, they made it just like a round mass and then used the texture brush on top of it, and it just doesn't work. Like when you're trying to paint it, the paint doesn't grab it right. Like the part of the model doesn't grab it right. It's almost like painting on a piece of paper. That's terrible, dude. You didn't even finish the deer off. Like, what the hell's wrong with you letting an animal suffer like that? You're a bastard, Paul. A panther. Just how far out in Alabama are you? I thought panthers were more like mountain type animals. Yeah, yeah. This is super disappointing. His face doesn't even look right. Like none of it's coming out right. Like it's just a bad. Maybe it's my hands. He doesn't feel like he's coming out right at all. Like I feel like if I finish this out and I give this one to my wife, she's gonna smack me in the mouth for giving it to her. Like I'm a little afraid. She's gonna be like, "Why did you hand me this blob of shit? You're better than that." And I'm gonna be like, "I tried, honey, and I failed." And she's gonna be like, "Failure is not an option." And then she's gonna kick my ass because I mean, it actually looks better on the video than it actually does in person, which tells you just how terrible it is. Let's see. Give me the liner. Give me a line brush. Let's see if I get the eyes in here. Maybe that'll change my feelings. Dear Lord. Yeah, like I can't even. You gotta be shitting me on this. The eye isn't even like an eye, it's like a slit. Like the eyes didn't form right when it was printing. So it looks like, dear Lord, it looks like me in like 20 years. I'm gonna be old and shaggy like this. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Could be that they're Florida Panthers. I mean, they usually stay away from civilization unless something's wrong with them, too. I've noticed that about like bobcats and stuff. I've seen them here or there. But anytime you try to get close to one, they just like take off. They just bolt. They really do not like people. Maybe he is salvageable. I don't know. I'm definitely not liking it though. No, sir, I don't like it. Yeah, he's too smooth. It just does not look right. Like at all. Like, it just well, sorry, Yeti. You are a fail. I'm officially saying I failed. That one looks like shit. It's not coming out right, and I can't get any kind of actual HD to them. Like I can't get definition. Maybe if I break out those $4 paints, maybe then it'll look okay or look better. But he just the gray undertone, nothing. Like nothing is pulling on this guy. He's just it's not good. I think I'll look up a Wampa from Star Wars. Yeah, I think they're called Wampas. The one creature that holds Luke up in the Return of the Jedi. I think I'll look that up and see if I can't find his body because he's really well defined. Do that body and then switch the head over with like maybe even this guy's. See if I can't do it. Something with him though. It's not right. Like none of it. I don't usually like quit on shit. I kind of wish 6 was here for this one because this one's his jam. If this one comes out like shit, I'm just gonna like cut off one of my fingers or commit seppuku. All right, you're out of here, Yeti. Yeah, you're done. You're donezo, buddy. Let's go to Pyramid Head. This one's gonna be interesting. I'm looking at skin tone on the arms, white gray wash. What the hell do I got for a belt? Is it brown leather for the belt? Like I said, this is one that I wish 6 was in here for because he could be like, oh yeah, dude, the belt's this color. Because he loves this damn game. Instead, I got to look up a picture. Really, really scrutinize it. I mean, the copper on the head, like the metal part's going to come out cool. I can dapple that and everything else and do a little blend with black and it'll be clean. Pyramid Head. I don't even know what the hell this character's origin is either, other than it's a Silent Hill character. I would never got into the Silent Hill games. So let's see. So his whole body, his skin, it looks like just normal like bodybuilder. And then this is more of like a linen skin color with red adorning it, almost like blood stained. From what I'm looking at, looks like it's silver in the base of the handle and then a rust. So a copper mixed with just a regular brown should give me a rust. Tad bit of orange. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hear a panther or a mountain lion or a bobcat or any kind of thing that is a cat that is almost as big as me. I would not want to hear that screaming anywhere near me in the woods, Paul. It scare the ever loving crap out of me. Only because I see what it can do. Like I've seen what a cat does with a mouse when it's playing with it. I can't imagine a large cat that's as big as you playing with you that way. Not even just a brutal experience, like a downright please just end me fast experience. I'm also, I think, gonna switch out brushes here. I think this one's had it. Mixed media brushes. Yeah, let's see what we got. These look like fancy new brushes. Oh shit. I have no problem if these things get wrecked. All these like paint brushes were a whopping $3 at Ross. So if it gets wrecked, I don't care. This brush has had it though. I've never heard a possessed old woman scream, so I wouldn't know. I have heard big cats roar, and do their like cries and stuff, and it's creepy. All right, I need to go hammerhead pink on this for the undertone because of the skin tone on his body and stuff. Give it time. Yeah, well, I mean, my wife does beat my ass here and there. No such thing as I ruled the roost in this house. No, no, no. That's one of those things I never understood about like people saying guys are misogynistic and all this kind of crap. Not in this damn house, it isn't. In this house, for a time there, it was me and the boy outnumbered by three women, and it was not good. Especially for a week, a month, it was like a god awful experience. We would just get like ripped apart. Like, talk about being able to do nothing correctly. Yeah, that Yeti. That thing's gonna haunt my nightmares, how bad it looks. Clearly, you've never been to a zoo when the lion goes off, have you, Paul? You want to talk about watching every animal in the place. Like, I don't know if it's just something that's ingrained to us from a different age, but you hear a lion roar when you're at the when you're at a zoo. like, and you're 2 feet from the cage, it will make you damn near shit your pants. Like you may have an accident. And I'm not talking like a Joe Biden type accident. I mean like an oh my god, like just primal fear kind of accident. It's terrifying. Let's see if I can't get into that rib cage. Just need that pink base on there. I don't know. I know after seeing that movie, The Revenant, I think it was called, with Leonardo DiCaprio, the last thing I ever want to see is a grown female grizzly bear and realizing I'm too close to her cubs. Like, I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie. That bear mauled the hell out of him. And I think in ancient times, it's a good thing they all went extinct. But you had the short faced bear, and like that thing was twice the size of any bear that we know in existence nowadays. Scare the hell out of you. But yeah, big cats, having, like I said, I've dealt with all kinds of strays, everything else. And just watching the way they'll like get a hold of a frog, a snake, a squirrel. I really, really would not want to mess with someone that was as big as I am. Like, it would scare the hell out of me. The short-faced bear. Let's see, am I actually getting definition? I is. This one is going to be painful, but not as painful as what that Yeti looks like. Yeah, have you guys seen any like older TV shows that I should watch that I might have missed? Something that, you look at me and go, well, not like you guys have ever seen what I look like, really, but, something that a nerd like me might find entertaining. I even tried watching the Australian version of The Office and it was terrible. Like, it did not land with me. But I'm sure there's some series that I've never seen. Like, I know there was one called Psych that I ended up watching a while ago, and I figured I'd hate it, but I turned out really liking it. It just seemed like something that I wouldn't watch. Turned out I really enjoyed it. Night Gallery, as in oh Rod Serling's Night Gallery. I've seen I think almost every episode of that. I have every episode. I can't remember if I've ever finished it. Yeah, Rod Serling. So what's interesting about that, Devin, is, and I don't know, have you ever seen the episode with the deformed boy and they do an exchange with the other planet, like that episode? So true story. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but my mom, her favorite shit was Twilight Zone when I was young. And she told me about the episode, and I was like, I've never seen that episode. I must have watched every episode of the Twilight Zone. Every year they do that Twilight Zone marathon on I think it used to be Sci-Fi. They would run the Twilight Zone-a-thon or what have you during New Year's Eve and day. Yeah. So my mom told me that that was an episode of the Twilight Zone. So I watched it every year trying to just catch a glimpse of this and like all this kind of stuff. Well, finally, eventually, I got every episode of Night Gallery and I'm watching episodes of Night Gallery. And the next thing I know, that episode came on and I was like, you got to be shitting me. I'm like, I recorded it for her, burned it on the DVD, all that kind of stuff, and left her with it. And I was like, here you go. Here's your favorite episode of Twilight Zone. And she's like, oh my God, you finally found it. I've never seen it on any of the things. And I was like, it's because it's actually Night Gallery, Ma. Oh, I must have gotten them confused because of Rod Serling. I'm like, yeah, yeah. For years, I thought she was nuts. Or it was like, I don't know if you've ever seen the episode of Twilight Zone with what's his name? Sulu from Star Trek. That they wouldn't replay it for the longest time, and then they finally did. What's his name? George Takai. George Takai. Oh my. Yeah, he was in this episode where like the two people like switch bodies and it was a banned episode of the Twilight Zone and they didn't play it during the like regular run of this. They played it one time and it was so offensive they thought that they just never showed it again. And then finally with like DVDs and all that coming out, like box sets, they actually included it. Kind of odd that you just saw that episode tonight too, isn't it? But yeah, Night Gallery I don't think has the same like it's a good series. I don't think it has the same punch, I guess you could say. I don't think it had the same like it didn't land the same punches like Twilight Zone did. And I don't know if it's cuz it's in full color, if it's more it leans more into like a gothic horror vibe than it does into like kind of a social commentary, make you think, oh my, what a twist kind of vibe. I think my favorite one of Night Gallery is probably the one where you have this old sick rich guy and there's this it's actually Diane Keaton playing her too, but there's like this nurse that's like taking care of him. Um it's either the like and she's taking care of him and her boyfriend is the chauffeur for this dude and his wife is like fooling around with him and he's like watching him while he's talking to the nurse and then he gives her this gun and he's like hey can you go down there and give this to him or what have you. He's in his room right now because he sees the wife and the dude go in and she like goes down there like she leaves the room, he's watching her through the binoculars and you just hear two gunshots like she basically took him out like he plotted it and then he goes back to drinking like his OJ or whatever. Yeah, I think that might be the pilot as well. That one, and then I like the other one where they send a medical case back in time, and it's this wino and this other dude, and it's actually Burgess Meredith in it is playing the guy, and he's like a disgraced doctor, and he finds the medical case with this other wino in a trash can, and then basically like the wino, like Burgess Meredith wants to go present it to the medical community and saves this guy, does surgery on a guy, saves his life, and all this kind of bit. And the wino turns around and betrays Burgess Meredith and murders him with the surgical kit. So the guy in the future that's monitoring the surgical kit's like, it was just used in a homicide, and so they give the order to deactivate the kit, and like the wino try to go present it to the medical board that this is the future of medicine and all this, and he goes, I'll show you how safe it is, and goes to operate on himself, like stabs himself and just like basically kills himself by accident. And it's like, and then all the tools that are inside of it burn up and everything. So that one was a pretty good episode too, my opinion. But yeah, Night Gallery is definitely one of those pretty cool ones. That the pilot was the only, no, there was good episodes of that show. Like there every it's just it's not like, okay, so Twilight Zone, every episode was like a banger, right? Like there's so much iconic stuff in the Twilight Zone. And then when Rod Serling went over, because the whole thing is a lot of people get it wrong. And they think Rod Serling did like the entire, wrote all of the Twilight Zone episodes, and it wasn't. It was a whole group of different writers. He did a couple of them here or there, but I'm trying to remember, the guy's name was Charles something, who did most of them. And then when Serling went off and wanted to do Night Gallery, those writers didn't go with him. It was all mainly Rod Serling's writing, and it fell shy compared to the quality that that everybody was used to for the most part. Like the quality just wasn't there. Like I mean, Orson Welles. I'm waiting for it to pop up my normal so I can read the chat. Yeah, I mean, so that's the other thing too, right? Orson Welles, what was his go to? Like what was fantastic with Orson Welles? Well, Citizen Kane. How long did it take him? What was the budget on all that kind of stuff? Like it's considered a masterpiece, but look at how long he actually sat there messing around with that film. Like he did like 50 takes of just them walking out of one room. Movie studios were pissed at him when he did that. But he also made like a movie that stands the test of time. Rod Serling was more, he wrote for, I want to say it was Lassie at one point. He was mainly a TV guy. It's just, like I said, he wanted to go the route of gothic horror. And honestly, the route of gothic horror works, but if you're going to do horror, you got to do it a certain way, and it wouldn't have fit in TV back in that day. Like it just, you can't really push an envelope on it. Like it's difficult to push the envelope. I mean, by standards or whatever. There was also another show. I don't know if you ever saw this one, Devin. I've only ever seen one episode of the damn thing, and I know it had a couple, and like if you like that type of show, it was called The Dark Room. And the episode, anytime I've described it to anybody, everybody always goes, "I've seen that, but I don't know where I've seen that." And it was about this kid playing with the little like army men, like little green army men, and like his dad is telling him to be a man and stop playing with toys and all this, and his dad was like a Vietnam vet. And then like the toys start, basically the soldiers start moving on their own, and they tell the little boy about some village in Vietnam, and like the dad freaks out about it and smacks him around and all kinds of stuff. But he doesn't believe the kid when he's like, yeah, the little army men told me. And then basically the dad goes into the barn one night where the kid had all his toys, and like the dad goes in and all the army men are like, they're all moving around in formation and everything else, and he goes to war with them, and he ends up like getting trapped in the barn and burning to death at the end of it. But it is like a twisted ass, like I always thought that was like, I'm like, is that a twilight? That can't be a Twilight Zone. What is that? Is that an Outer Limits? Couldn't figure it out, and it's a show called The Dark Room. And it's like anybody I ever talked to about it, that's the only episode they've ever seen of that show as well. That's the only thing that anybody remembers from it. And it's real easy to get Twilight Zone and old school Outer Limits confused, because they were both black and white up until a point. And I do love the fact they rebooted Outer Limits. Let me see. I want to go more linen with him. That's it's just off his skin tone. Hmm. All right. I need to go to, that would be linen. I need to go to a brown and then a linen on it. Otherwise, this isn't going to look right. Doesn't sound familiar. Like I said, I saw it on TV one time. I ended up finding it. That's one of those things that really sucks. I would love to just play like that episode for you, or at least portions of it. But YouTube will nail the hell out of me. Like I'll get nailed right away with a copyright strike. Like big, big no no. I see why these brushes were cheap. I keep losing hair out of them. I shouldn't be. Yeah, because I mean, when I was a kid growing up, we saw all those episodes of Twilight Zone, of Outer Limits. I mean, granted, I'm not that old where I saw them. Oh, well, I remember when it came out on TV. It was always, it was always on TV, here or there, or somewhere on the television was always Twilight Zone episodes. And then Outer Limits, I would catch one or two of those. Like there was the one with the circus with the tent and the alien. There was one where the guy figured out a time machine in like advanced time and made himself super genius, like advanced the human race or whatever, advanced himself like 2,000 years. Had like this giant ass brain and these crazy ass ears. And then the 80s, I think it was either 80s or 90s, they redid, they launched Twilight Zone again. Those, some of them were all right, but for the most part, they're eh. And I think Showtime um, did Outer Limits again. And like the first season all links together. And then matter of fact, it's funny because if you get a chance, watch the redos that they did. And I want to say it was like 2003, right? But the Outer Limits, you can see a very young Ryan Reynolds in it. He plays the one professor's son on like one of the episodes. Alyssa Milano is she gets possessed by like a succubus kind of thing. She gets naked on one of them, stuff like this. But it was like Showtime, I think, actually revived that series. The reboot of Twilight Zone, you mean? So it's unfortunate because they try to bring it back for I want to say CBS streaming, and it was god awful terrible. It was so bad. Like it just it was really really bad. They did such a shit job with Twilight Zone reboot that they did. And then there's Twilight Zone the movie actually ended John Landis's career. Yeah. Yeah, so you had a 2000 and something reboot of Twilight Zone with Forrest Whitaker was the narrator, and they had a couple good episodes in there. Like they redid the one with the stopwatch from like old ass Twilight Zone, and except for in this one, it was a mother that found it while she was gardening, and then as the missiles were like flying in or what have you, like Russia attacked the U.S. and launched a nuclear strike, she hit the stopwatch and stopped everything. But if she ever starts time back up, like nuclear missiles are going to crash into America. That is so. I want to say that's either Monsters or Tales from the Dark Side that happened in. It's either an episode of because the whole thing is, if I remember correctly, the one where the teddy bear takes out the parents. I want to say that was a Tales from the Dark Side because the parents buy the little girl like a Barbie doll, and the bear eats the Barbie doll. And like they can't believe it. They find the Barbie doll's hair hanging out of the teddy bear's mouth at one point in it. And I want to say that was 110% Tales from the Dark Side for some reason. Now, it could have been Monsters, but I really believe it was Tales from the Dark Side. I mean, now, as far as like Tales from the Dark Side episodes, there are two episodes of Tales from the Dark Side that stick in my damn mind. One is the little creature that's in the closet, like this professor rents out a room to this student. It's like a college professor, and he says, "Oh, this is my daughter's room and all this." And there's this small closet, and it's supposedly locked, and it's like this white creature with these bright red eyes, like an albino creature thing. And like at the end of the episode, you find out like it comes down and loves on the professor. It's just creepy as shit. And then the other episode, and it's funny that I remember this because I haven't seen Tales from the Dark Side in God years. But there was this. Actually, there's two other episodes that really stick out. But one of them was this grandfather. It was called, the name of the episode was A Case of the Stubborns. And it was this grandfather that passed away. And it's actually, oh God, what's the dude's name? He was in Mr. Robot. He was in Pump Up the Volume. Christian Slater is in it, and he's very, very young, right? Like, we're talking back in the Legend of Billie Jean kind of young. And he ends up going to the local like swamp because they're down in the south or whatever. But the grandfather basically died and then got back up the next day and like refuses to lay down and die. Like he's stubborn. He won't pass on or admit that he's dead. And Christian Slater goes to the swamp and finds this lady who's supposedly a witch. And she said, "Look, when you're eating dinner tonight," he tells her the whole story and everything else. And she goes, "Look, when you're eating dinner tonight, put this in his napkin." And Christian Slater puts whatever it is she has in his napkin, and he like picks it up, or Christian Slater says to him, "Hey, Grandpa, you got a little bit of greens." And like through the whole thing, the grandfather's slowly rotting away because he's dead and refuses to admit he's dead. And he picks up the napkin, sneezes, and then opens the napkin and goes, "Well, I look, boy, take care of your mom. You know, take care of the house, take care of everybody." And he goes upstairs and he passes away. Like he lays down and finally figures out he's dead. And then Christian Slater says, "Who knew all it would take is some table pepper?" And he opens up the napkin and the grandfather's nose is in it. Like when he sneezed, he blew his own nose off and saw it and realized he was dead. That one always sticks out to me. Um, and then the other one was, well, actually, yeah, there's still two more, isn't there? Um, one of the other ones was one where this lady finds a magic lamp, and like she takes the magic lamp, and there's a genie in there, and it's like wrecking the house and all this. Like the genie isn't out of the lamp; it's just freaking out and flipping out and all this kind of stuff. And her husband's like freaking out on her because she can't take care of this genie, and like the genie's making like the toilet bubble over and like all this kind of crazy crap and just destroying the house basically. And the husband's had it and he's like, "That's it, I've had it, get rid of the lamp." She's like, "No, you don't understand. If we can get the genie out, then, you know, like rubbing the lamp or whatever, he'll come out and grant our wishes and all this stuff." And she can't get him out. No matter what she tries, she can't get this dude out. And the husband goes to a motel for a week and then he comes back and the whole house is pristine, nice. She's like rich and all this, and like is just like, "Yeah, I don't even want anything to do with you anymore because you abandoned me here." And the husband the husband looks on the counter and there's like an old school can opener, and she like got him out of the lamp with a old school can opener, and it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the genie. Like old school Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like this huge friggin' guy that was trapped in this lamp, and that's why he was so pissed off. That one's pretty good. And then there's another one where guys renting an apartment in the house, and they tell him like, "You're not allowed to hang pictures, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that, you're not allowed to do the other thing." And he like nails a picture into the wall, and this black goo pours out of the wall, and he's like, "What the hell is going on?" And then he figures out that the house is basically alive, and they're only allowed to throw out like organic food, waste, and stuff like that into the garbage disposal. It's like a community garbage disposal that you drop your trash in. So he takes a whole bunch of like cleaning chemicals and stuff, and dumps it down the chute and like tries to kill the house basically. And then the landlord comes up because the whole house is shaking. He's like, "What did you do?" And he tells him, he's like, "Look, this place is evil and all this kind of crap." And the like while he's talking to the landlord, the garbage disposal opens and then this huge tongue comes out like a almost like a snake and wraps the guy's leg up and pulls him down the garbage chute and eats him. Yeah, like stuff like that. Um, and then that was always cool. One of Monsters was all right. It had a couple good episodes. Some of them were sad. Like I remember one. I'm gonna say it was Chub Chub was the name of it, and it was like this alien thing. And the alien is living like has landed or whatever, and it's Christmas time, and this little girl gets locked into this building with this alien, and she starts communicating with the alien. He's almost like ET, like friendly. It turns out, and so like I said, it's like Christmas time or whatever. And she's like, if only we could show him that you're a good guy, Chub Chub, and not a bad guy. And then she's like, I've got it. I got an idea. And so she does something with the alien. The sheriff and all that finally come in, get balls enough to come in at this alien. They come in, the alien comes around the corner and they shoot it and kill it. And the little girl's crying and everything. She's like, "You don't understand. He was our friend. He came in peace and all this." And here he was holding a sign that said Merry Christmas, and they like shot him. And like all the adults are like mortified and all messed up. Yeah, Monsters had some interesting episodes. Um, and then I guess what was it? Was that the 90s? Or was that 2000s that we got Tales from the Crypt? Tales from the Crypt with the Crypt Keeper and all that. My God, that was my jam because I still have them. Some of the old EC comics that they were born from. So like the Vault of Horror, Tales from the Crypt, and I can't remember what the other one was. The Something of Fear. Maybe it was the Vault of Fear and Something of Horror. But yeah, they did a great job with that. Like I'll never forget. There's one where this kid's a problem kid on Tales from the Crypt, and they take the kid in. He's like an orphan or whatever. He's in this room, and he's got like all. It's in a mansion, and the parents leave him locked in this room all day. And like he's got a secret. Like they even tell the people that adopt him he's got a secret, and they say, "Oh, we don't care about his secret or anything like this." And it's this rich couple or what have you, and all they do is give him candy, like candy for dinner, candy for lunch, candy for breakfast, all this stuff, and all he's really interacting with is a butler through the whole damn thing. Out of nowhere, they like the butler comes in one night and he's like, "We've got to run for it and all this, and I can't watch it happen to you. I've grown very fond of you and all that." And the kid's like, "What the hell's going on?" Here, the people that adopted him are vampires. They take out the butler for betraying him because he's already out of the room. Like he had unlocked him out of the room, and the kid ran out the door of the house, and he's running. He's running through the woods, and these people are all like, they're vampires, and they're laughing and giggling, like, "We're gonna eat you when we get you. That's why we gave you all the sweets, so that, or all the candy, so you taste sweeter when we eat you, and all this kind of crap, right?" And the kid falls down, and the parents come walking up on him, like the adopted parents come walking up on him, and he's just like He's just like, I finally know what my secret is. And they kind of pan up and you can see the moon and you see the clouds pull away from the moon and it's a full moon. And he's like, my secret is I'm a werewolf. Like he turns around and he's a werewolf. And he's like, my secret is I'm a werewolf. And he's just like, and he goes, and I'm hungry for vampires. And then he hunts the parents down and eats them. That one was crazy. That's a crazy good one. What do I want to add to you? But yeah, Tales from the Crypt. It was always I always got a kick out of that one, out of that show. They had the one with what's her name? It's not Emma Thompson. What the hell's her name? Leah Thompson. And like they go to this dude meets this chick at like a masquerade party. He like meets this woman at a masquerade party, and like the two of them, they do the dirty or what have you. No, I'm turning that back brown. I don't like this on there. And they end up getting together at this masquerade party on Halloween night, and they do the dirty. And she disappears, like leaves before he even wakes up. And so he gets all kinds of he feels some kind of way about it, but he's like kind of in love with her. And she was wearing this crazy witch mask. It might not have been Leah Thompson in it, but she's wearing this like witch's mask. So then he catches up with her like a year later at the same masquerade, and he sees her, and he's just like, you know, look, let me see your face, let me see your face. And he grabs her and he's like, take the damn mask off. And he's getting all angry and he pulls real hard. And next thing you know, he's holding on to like her face in his hands. And she's like, it was never a mask. Like it's just like a skeleton with all the meat on it and the eyeballs and everything. And he's like all freaked out. Just classic shit like that. Why don't we have good stuff like that? Why don't we have good toys anymore? Um, like good horror is hard to come by nowadays. Yeah, like they had a show and the show was on, I want to say Shutter. It was a Shutter original and it was called Creep Show. Like the movies, the Stephen King movie, Creep Show or whatever. They did a TV series like that. And it was all right. They had some funny stuff in there. But for the most part, it was okay. Like wasn't anything in particular that was super special, but that's the closest I've seen them come to getting back to like a Tales from the Crypt kind of format. I just I don't know. They HBO for whatever reason, some of the best damn TV was always on HBO. Like they had some of the best originals. But yeah, Twilight Zone definitely amazing. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you've ever seen this, Devin. There is a station or a station, a channel on YouTube, and I could probably look it up for you, and I'll message it over to you or what have you if you're really into Twilight Zone. But it's actually radio plays, so it's radio plays of some of those episodes, Twilight Zone, and it's radio format, so there's no visual to it, and it's really really good. Like they do a phenomenal job with it. Like the way it's done, they did a great job with it. Like I they have God, it's not Jimmy Schmitz. What's his name? Lou Diamond Phillips does a lot of the voice acting on it. Stacy Keach is the narrator. Like, what was your favorite Twilight Zone? I mean, the monsters are due on Maple Street's an epic one. You know, Terror at 20,000 feet. Eye of the Beholder is another amazing one. I always like the one, and it's a later. I'm gonna say it's like fourth season of Twilight Zone. They had one where a guy goes out hunting with his dog, and they're chasing a raccoon, and they jump into a river, and then he drowns, and he's walking down the road with the dog, and they come up to this thing and they think they're at the pearly gates, or he thinks he's at the pearly gates, but they won't let the dog in, so he refuses. He's like, if my dog ain't welcome, then I ain't welcome. I'm not going in there. And he goes walking up the road, and then up the road is the pearly gates in heaven, and they're like, of course your dog's welcome in here. And they're like, that other place is the Elysian Fields. It's basically like purgatory or hell, you know what I mean? That was always, I always liked that episode. But like I said, that's one of the later episodes of Twilight Zone. I need more. I have to mix up more paint thinner. Almost empty on that bottle. Tiny people in a garbage can. All right, so the kick the can one, that happens at an old folks home. And it turns them into kids for a little bit, and then they realize, no, it's fine to get old. Is like kind of the moral of the tale, if I'm remembering correctly. That one was also remade and redone in the Twilight Zone movie. And then the other one, people in a garbage can, little people. There was one, there's no actual speaking in the entire episode, but it was the woman who played Agnes on Bewitched is in it. And this little UFO lands, and there's little spacemen, like little space aliens, you think, through the entire episode. And they're like, she's like hitting them with a broom, doing all kinds of stuff. And then at the end of the episode, they run onto the ship, and you hear the communication, and it's like, repeat, there are giants on this planet. Do not come. Do not come. And then next thing you know, like she comes up and starts smashing the spaceship, like this little UFO with the broom, and you can hear them like, "Oh God, we're all dead!" Blah 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 blah. Right, and then it pans to the front of the UFO, and it's got the American flag and says USA on it. Good night, Sheree. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, but that one's a fun episode. Yeah, that there was that one. I'm trying to think of the other ones with little damn people in it. There's one where they wake up, and it's like four of them, and they're in this neighborhood, and then like the guy leans up against the tree, and the tree falls over. They can't figure out how they got in there or whatever. And then the very end of it, it's a little girl comes walking in, and it turns out that they're caught in a model. They're stuck in a model. DTSFA. I love Sheree. She's awesome. Crazy, crazy. I don't want to go with that bright of it. I need like a muted orange. What color is this? Peach breeze. All right. Yeah, you're going to have to do. I don't even think I've opened this one yet. No, wait. Let's go with a brighter orange than that. 5 characters in search of an exit. That was the one where you had the clown, the ballerina. I want to say it was like a fireman and something else. And that one turned out they were all dolls. Yeah, that was one where they were all dolls. There was another one where they landed on a planet and they realized that like it was like these microscopic people basically, like they're super tiny, and the one guy gets like a god complex. He gets like a creepy ass god complex. And they're like the other guys end up leaving him on the planet and he makes them like erect a whole like statue to him and all this shit. And then at the very end of it, these another he sees another ship land and it's like this huge spaceship and the aliens get out and accidentally like the one's like, look at this, what's this, and bends over to pick him up and crushes him. He's like, oh, it was a little man. Oh, look, you applied too much pressure. He's dead now. And then like all the little like the microscopic people like tear his statue down at the end and everything else. They were trapped in a box. The little girl had put her toys away in a box, Devin. And that's what it is. Like they came to like basically it was Toy Story before Toy Story is really what that was. Now that I'm thinking about it. But it turned out they were just toys in a box. And like the kid was playing with them. Like would take them out to play with them. But whenever he was away, they would come to life. It was a barrel. So yeah, well, that I'm not gonna lie. I tried to get my wife one of those dolls for Christmas one year, and it wasn't that it was too expensive. They sold out, and then the aftermarket on it, the Talking Tina doll. I'm Talking Tina, and I think I hate you. Yeah, Talking Tina. Then of course you got the one with Mr. The Shatner, where he was in a he's in the diner because he's waiting on his car to get fixed, and he hits the little fortune teller with the devil head on it, and like it keeps spitting out fortunes, and it's for some reason accurate. Are you sure that shit was a barrel? I don't remember it being like a shoebox or something. You also had the fantastic one of To Serve Man. That's a great episode. They come down, they hand them the book that says To Serve Man, and they're flying like humans off to their planet. They offer them like, hey, come to our planet and all this. And the professor that made first contact with them is hopping on board, and his assistant comes running up and is like, "It's a cookbook." If it was a barrel, I mean, hey, look, I haven't seen that episode in years, so good chance. It was never one of my particularly favorite ones. But yeah, it would make sense. Yeah, it makes sense. You thought it was a garbage can. That would make sense. Yeah, I don't know why it would be a barrel though. That still doesn't make sense to me why the kids' toys ended up in a barrel. There was one that the reboot Twilight Zone actually nailed out, and it was kind of a shorter one where it was this kid, and the only reason why even remember the kid's name is because his name was Dickie. And through the whole thing, the parents were like, "Hey, you want to come watch TV?" And he's like, "Well, I got to study for this test and all this," and it was a test for the government, and he's like, "Yeah, now that I'm 16, I have to take this test." And the parents were like, "Don't worry about it. Just, stop cracking the books and all this." And you're kind of like watching it going like, "Okay, well, obviously this kid, it's not going to be good whatever this test is." Yeah, it could be how they stored toys back in the day. But yeah, and then so the kid Dickie or whatever, he's like, they're like, "Come watch TV or whatever. Just don't worry about it so much, Dickie." And he's like, "Nah, I think I'm gonna read this book and everything else." And then the end of the episode, they're like, "Your son was tested, and his IQ exceeded whatever it was. Therefore, we where would you like the remains delivered?" And it was like the whole time you're like, okay, thinking like he's not very smart, so like he's not going to pass this test, and that's what the angle is. They only want the smartest and all that. And it was like, no, the government's issuing this test because they only want the dumbest people to live. It was one of those twisted ass ones. All right, let's see how I'm looking on this. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine stored toys in a barrel or any of that. But then again, you got to figure people back then. God, could you imagine? Like, just think about this. When Tupperware came out, when they had Tupperware parties, and it was the most amazing thing ever because it was plastic storage where your food didn't go bad. I mean, just some of the stuff that was featured on that show. Like, I remember there's one where it's a car dealer, and he's like a real shady car dealer, and this guy sells him like an old school car for like $20 or some shit. And he warns the guy, like, "Yeah, I'm telling you now, like, this car will make you tell the truth. Ha ha ha." And he's like joking about it with the guy, with the car dealer. And it turns out that he can only tell the truth. So it's like legitimately where they got the plot for Liar Liar with the lawyer and all that stuff with Jim Carrey. But he like has the car, and he'll somebody will come in and ask him, "But how good is this car?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a piece of shit. Like it leaks oil, like the brakes don't work on it. As long as you don't mind stopping, the brakes don't work." And it's like people are like, "What the fuck?" So he's starting to lose business, lose business, lose business. And then at the end of the show, he's like, "Look, it's an American classic. Like, he has to tell the truth about the car." And it's a senator that comes in and buys the car from him. And that's the way the episode ends. Um, Shit. Is that it? Is that? I think we're gonna see how this looks. Chocolate brown. I've been kicked out of places worse than this. I'm still disappointed about that one. He just looks terrible. And make sure I adjust the video to just read what you call it. Talking Tina. Yeah, actually, it was Telly Savalas in Talking Tina, wasn't it? Or like Jay said, Living Doll. Yeah, the classics though. I mean, that's just it. Why don't we make TV and shit like that anymore? Like that's how I got on this whole rant about this crap. Well, that and Devin saying she's watching it or watching Night Gallery. But why don't we make TV that makes you think anymore? Like we make we make some awful stuff. Although I gotta say, and I gotta give kudos to it because I hated the new Batman, like the new Batman movie that they did with what's his name, Robert Pattinson. But there's a show that HBO has on now called The Penguin, and it's actually really really good. It's actually pretty badass. There's also another like Burgess Meredith was in a bunch of them, but and a bunch of those Twilight Zones because he was in the one with where he breaks his glasses. I think that one was called Time Enough at Last. He was in. Damn, what the hell was the other one? I almost said he was in One for the Angels, but he was in another one, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I want to say Mr. Bemis. Maybe it was Beavis, but I think it's Bemis. Something about the incredible Mr. Bemis, if I remember correctly. And it's like these two aliens give him like super strength, and he's like a drunk in a bar, and he starts showing off, and like he can like lift up a car and all this kind of stuff. And then the aliens are like, okay, the experiment's over, and they take away his powers when he's going on like TV to do like show off his super strength, basically. And then the way it ends is these two other aliens come bopping in, be bopping in, and they're like, we want to run an experiment on super intelligence, and they're like, that over there is a Bemis, and they're like, they do it to him, and he's watching like the baseball game with the other guys, and he's just like, by the way he's standing and the pitching average of blah blah blah, like he goes in this whole mathematical equation. He's like, he should hit a home run right now, and sure enough, the guy hits a home run, and like the whole bar's all shocked. That was a good episode. Naked City. I never saw Naked City. What was it about? Is it like an old timey show or more modern? Naked City. Wow. This paint dries actually very, very fast. I gotta get it on there quick. Oh, I have seen that show. Soon as you said that part right there, there are 8 million stories in the Naked City. Matter of fact, when the movie Sin City came out, I didn't realize that was based on a comic. I thought it was based on that show. I remember watching old Dragnet back in the day too. Yeah, cop shows, Hill Street Blues. I remember watching when that was on. Dragnet, I'd watch replays of that. Um, my favorite cop show was actually The Shield. Yeah, I swear to God, when Sin City came out, that's what I thought it was. But like I said, I say stupid shit all the time. Like I'm stupid. It's the same way. You get confused sometimes on what's an outer limit, what's a monsters or tales from the dark side or tales from the crypt or hey, I'm allowed to say I'm stupid. I do say stupid shit. Every now and again, I say outlandish shit too. It happens. Are you going to defriend me because I'm stupid? You're going to kick me out because I'm stupid? 'Cause I just did some extra stupid shit. If I'm crazy, then it's true. It's all because of you, and you wouldn't want me any other way. And you may be right. I may be crazy. Hey, look, I'm not going to lie at all. Billy Joel is probably one of the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Can't argue it, can't deny it. Just is what it is. He was fucking fantastic. He was amazing in concert, too. And I saw him on the very last tour he did. Well, last tour at that point in time. And He was spectacular. I'm happy I got to see him. Same thing for Tom Petty. I got to see Tom Petty on the last tour he did, and then he passed away not long after. Billy Joel's still very much alive. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie a little bit either. I'm still pissed about that damn Yeti and the definition on it. I have yet to have a print where I was just like, oh yeah, I can fix this or I can do something special with it. And I started anything I did just not working out. This pissed me off. At least Pyramid Head's coming out all right. My favorite BJ song. Uh, um, actually, to tell you the truth, um, so you may be right is probably one of my favorites. That were my life. One of the two of them. Um, but to be honest with you, one of the because I associate Piano Man, I associate good memories. I associate memories of all of us at like I must have been about 16 years old, 17 years old, all singing um all singing that while drunk and partying at my old house. That was like one of the favorites. That Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd was another sing along that we all used to. No matter what you're doing, everybody would just stop what they were doing. They could be in the middle of a fist fight. You would stop and start singing. So I've got some good memories associated with it. I think one of the Billy Joel songs that is actually uh, personal to me, I guess we'll say it that way, very personal to me, is when I finally met my daughter, the one that I gave up for adoption, Kiddo, and she was here, and I got to tell her that I had originally her name was going to be Angel, is what it was. So the song Angel by Billy Joel has a special place in my heart because she had never heard it. And well, it's not Angel, it's called Lullaby off of River of Dreams. And I sat here and I put it on and then I sang the song to her and she started crying. So I think that one has a very special place in my heart. But you may be right. When I was like 16, that was like that was me. I drunk on a motorcycle. Everybody telling me I was crazy for all the different stunts I would pull, all this shit. That's pretty cool. He learned You May Be Right, or he learned Lullaby. Good night, my angel. Time to close your eyes. I love that damn song. Yeah. Yeah, I really do love that song. Like I said, it was what was exceptional was I'm sitting there singing it, and it's not like I'm sitting there with like a 4 year old or a 6 year old or something. I'm sitting there looking across from my 26-year-old daughter, and actually no, I think she's 27 at the time, and just watching her as I'm singing it, and just watching her eyes well up, and then she starts sniffling and all that because she realized like it reminded me of her. All right, so that band around there is silver. Yeah, I also always thought it was interesting that the last song on River of Dreams, which was the last rock and roll album that Billy Joel really put out. I think he did some other album, but it wasn't really good, to be honest with you. I can't remember what it was, what that album was called, but um, it was Last Words on River of Dreams. But yeah, Billy Joel always have a special place in my heart. I do. I think he really was one of the greatest of all times because you look at it and you can go back and even if it's you may be right, still rock and roll to me, all this stuff, you watch him just go up from the 80s to the 90s to the in 2K and he was still just as good as he always was. The actual song The Stranger or the album? Like I mean they're both great. Like the album's great, but the song's good too. Yeah, we all fall in love, but we disregard the danger. Sitting here painting a half naked monster with an oversized mullet head. Yeah, I think out of all the albums, my favorite's probably damn, was it Piano Man? I think it was Piano Man that had like most of the ones I loved. Thank you. I think this one's coming out much better than that terrible ass fucking attempt at a Yeti. That thing looks like shit. Yeah, I find it interesting that you like Twilight Zone and stuff like this. Craziness. Then again, it shouldn't shock me. Yeah, like so Billy Joel, I swear, everybody likes Billy Joel to a point where even if they've only heard one, like it, they can say there's one song by Billy Joel I like. The only other artist I've ever heard that with is Tom Petty. Really? You get freaked out by him? Yeah, I don't know why you like what what off puts you about it, Devin. Three Stooges. Okay, but who are your Three Stooges? That's one of those questions because there's five different Stooges to choose from. What makes you think? Oh, the Twilight Zone makes you think? You like both Curly and Shemp? Yeah, because there's Curly Mo, Shemp, Larry, and Curly Joe. I never liked Joe. Joe was like the bastard son of the Three Stooges to me. All right. Mo was always the meanest out of them. Um, I always got a kick out of Larry. He's just an idiot. Actually, I think Curly was probably my favorite. Yeah, I know, but I never liked the character of Curly Joe. Like I don't know what it is about him. I just he didn't gel right. Like Shemp, I found acceptable. Curly, I found acceptable. Well, Curly, I loved. It's like oh God, what the hell is it? Little Rascals. Little Rascals always cracked me up. Spanky was always my favorite on the Little Rascals. Yeah, Mo was mean. What about see, and that's just it. So here you go. Here's a choice: Three Stooges or the Marx Brothers. I'm sorry. For me, it's always going to be Groucho and the Marx Brothers. Crossover on a duck. So then all we got to do is get across this fire duct. Why a duck? I said fire duck. Duck. Why a duck? Why a duck? Because if you try doing it on a chicken, you'll find out why a duck. Sand is sand and water is water, and if you stew cranberries just like applesauce, they taste more like prunes than rhubarb does. Oh my God, how have you never seen the Marx Brothers? So there's one, like, Groucho, like, oh my God, Groucho is just so fast, like, so fast and quick witted. And if you pay attention, he never really says anything dirty, but he'll say something that's just plain out normal, raise his eyebrows real fast a couple of times, and the whole implication of it changes to something dirty, even though he never says anything dirty. Holy shit, you sound like my buddy Paul that was in here earlier. You were like sheltered and weren't allowed to watch stuff like that. I swear I just heard my dog growling. I did hear my dog growling. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. Crazy puppy. Crazy, crazy dog. Yeah, definitely. You got to check out the Marx Brothers. They were classic. So, parent, I'm guessing your parents were like super religious. Tom and Jerry by far. Tom and Jerry were were super violent. It's just they were animated. Tom and Jerry was brutal. Yeah, my buddy Paul that was in here, the only thing he was allowed to watch was Lord of the Rings when he was a kid and Star Wars. Like outside of that, his parents found everything else to be too violent or not Christian, good and Christian values. Which I always thought was kind of crazy. I was like, "Have you ever seen this?" Anytime I ever say, "Have you seen this?" He's just like, "Dude, do you remember who you're talking to?" Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the whole thing. Did you grow up with siblings, or were you an only child? As I mean, in a way, it does kind of make a difference. Same way I knew kids, their parents wouldn't let them watch WWF back in the day because if they had like a younger brother or something, they would pull those moves on like the younger sibling. Yeah, you were an only child. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely I never put my sister in wrestling holds and shit. But true story. So we must have been well, my younger sister must have been about God, she's 3 years younger than me. I must have been about 10, so she would have been what, 7? And the next door neighbor girl was being a jerk. And I told my sister to knock her out for or beat her ass for me. My sister's like, I don't want to hit anybody. I'm like, I said do it. She punched that girl in the face, made her cry, go home and tell her mom. Like it was funny. My mom's like, you're a terrible influence on your sister. Oh, okay. How much older were you? So my one buddy, can't make this up. The closest brother he has to him is 30 years older than him. Yeah, I have so my sister and I, we're 3 years apart. And then my dad got remarried, and I have two half brothers. One's 10 years younger than me, and the other one is 13 years younger than me. So they're 3 years apart themselves, but like 10 years apart from me and my sister. I really wish Six had dropped by because I would like to know what he thinks about this one. Wow. I mean, that's a pretty good stretch. I'm guessing your family must have been very Catholic, like the whole be fruitful and multiply thing. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. Right in here, I got to get to and get that a little bit better. I got to adjust this too. I got to adjust the title of this video because, yeah, well, you'd have to put it in Discord. They kicked me out. Yeah, 6 is in my Discord. Yeah, I'm not sure. He usually drops in. I mean, granted, he drops in kind of late sometimes, but it was funny. I will. One viewer kicked out the moment I said, "Yeah, I got kicked out of that Discord," and started laughing. I don't know who the viewer was, but kind of funny. So yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be the only one I do this go around. I think he came out all right though. Definitely like creepy, especially like some of the stains I got in there and the sword. Definitely a weird fucking character. Might actually do this with the brown too. It doesn't look as stroked with a brush. Yeah, I mean, you can pop it up in the Discord if you want. If you want to message or just direct it at him if you do, though. Thank you, Devin. Appreciate you. I mean, honestly, I'm wrapping it up anyway because, like I said, this fucking thing. Look at that failure. Oh God, is that awful? Thing looks like a friggin' I don't even know how to describe that thing. It looks terrible though. Like the whole framing of it, the sculpt on it, the whole nine yards, just terrible. That's pretty hilarious. Is that you tapping that lappy face button? I'm just gonna, yeah, like I'm about to wrap it up anyway, Dev. Just got to get this base black around here so where I blew out like a slob, and I'll probably take it down myself. It's you. Why, it certainly is. Who else would it be if it's not you? Just remember, Les, wherever you go, there you are. Oh, oh God, I didn't need that much paint. I just needed to cover up a little bit. Oh, oh God. That's the other thing. Before, well, I don't know if Devin left yet, but yeah, Les, is there any like 3D models you want to see done? It's like gift giving season's almost done, and then I can just paint freely for like model and paint and all that. Was there any like specifics? No, you're fine, Les. You're 110% fine. Yeah, you did say Sailor Moon. Um, so I will let you know this. I found a Sailor Moon, and yeah, yeah. Needless to say, I can't do that one because this Sailor Moon had no panties on. I don't know who modeled it, and I kind of don't ever want to meet them because yeah, they were pretty detailed with what they had running through their imagination, and it was not flattering. Oh yeah, I found one, but I still have looking to do. Like I looked the one time because somebody wanted me to do the cavalry, and he wasn't there. And then I had mentioned it, and I'm gonna say one of the chats, and then somebody else found him, and they're like, "Oh, this guy has him," and I was like, "Dude, he wants $30 for that model. I am not paying him 30 fucking bucks. You can kiss my rebellious ass." But yes, yeah, like I'm telling you, people do funky shit with Sailor Moon. I mean, I think that'll be an interesting one to paint because I have a vague memory of Sailor Moon wearing like basically a schoolgirl's outfit. It almost looks like a navy outfit or whatever, bow on it, right? Yeah, he came out pretty. This guy came out all right. I'm all right with him. That one came out decent. This one was goddamn failure. Look at that shit. What a waste of resin. Lash, you can actually put the E in there. I don't think it's blocked on my chat, is it? Yeah, that's true. I'll look and see what I can find as far as she's concerned. Yeah, I think he came out okay. Half tempted to hit a little red on his back. Maybe a little heavier red in here too. Good night, Devin. Thank you for hanging in. Remember, don't take shit from anybody. Yeah, yeah, I trust me, I get it. Not only just because you have little ones, but it's also one of those things that like if I were fully monetized, then I might have to start rethinking, some of the adult language and stuff, but I don't know how that works. And the only reason I don't know how that works is because everybody that's monetized monetizes to kids and families and stuff. And I don't know. I always say, don't let your kids watch my show, not unless you want them to learn words that, are on the banned list. I mean, for God's sake, I can clean up my language too. I just think I lose my authenticity if I, you know, don't just say what I mean. You're in my ear pods. Smart move. Hopefully, I'm not loud in there either, like yelling at you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know who else to be. I mean, I guess I could always fake it till I make it, but something about that just doesn't sit with me well. Like I think I would rather starve, not have a career as a YouTuber or anything special like this. Be myself, be honest, and let people see that and judge me for my authenticity rather than have a bunch of money and be a fake ass person. I think there's enough of those to go around. And it's always disappointing when somebody you think is super real and then you figure out like, oh, it's all just a grift. Oh, it's all just BS. Like they're fake, you know? It just breaks your heart. Yeah, see, you're not wrong. And I mean, I'm not going to say that's a controversial statement. I mean, it's just honestly, it's the truth. You see a lot of people like Steven Crowder trying to act like he's kind of like a tough guy and then finding out that, he treats his wife a certain way. And whenever somebody actually gets confrontational with him, he immediately backs down or talks about his wealth. Or it's like, dude, really? You need a gun? Like, get your hands ready. Get knocked out like your father used to. Or, like I think one of my favorites was Ben Shapiro talking all this smack about how we're giving money to Ukraine and all this crap. And the moment Israel got hit, all of a sudden the story was, we need to give all the money to Israel. Like, dude, come on now. Just come on. Like, of course, it's not a big deal when it's not, your people getting hit, and then when it is your people getting hit, you're gonna flip that switch. And I mean, at least you're transparent about it. But just the same, like, come on, man, it's the same. It should be the same across the board for everyone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I like Candace Owens, right? But sometimes she goes conspiracy nut theory too. Like to a point where it's cool when she proves herself right, but then there's other stuff where it's like, yeah, you're going off some speculation here and you needed to dial it back. You may be getting clicks for it, but it's going to damage your reputation if you're wrong one time. Like she was going super hard about what was it? Macron's wife, I think it was. I think it was Macron's wife. Somebody's wife being a dude. Like, oh, it's the brother and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, you gotta, if you're gonna call somebody out like that, you need some evidence. It was like when she was like, yeah, Kamala's not black. It's this, that, and the other thing. And then she brought the damn receipts. I thought that was pretty hysterical. But at the same point in time, you should have been talking about her dog shit policy, not if she's black or not. Like, come on now. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I like her. I watch her. Like, I don't think she's bad people. It's just sometimes you get close. Don't go Alex Jones because Alex Jones is right, but he also throws a lot of darts at the board and misses a lot of shots. It's just the ones that he gets right are just so unbelievable that like it's hard to believe that they're actually true, but they are. Yeah, and you know what? In that, I'm going to agree with you, Les. If it's not a dude, how come you don't just show pictures of you and your brother or introduce your brother or, show yourself at the same time or, stuff like this? Like it's not difficult, but just the same, you better be spot on because if her brother's like, specifically asked, I don't want to be anywhere in this lifestyle. I don't want to be close to your, like your political careers or any of this shit. I just want to be left alone and live a quiet life. And that's what comes out. It's going to make Candace look like a bad guy. It really is. It's okay to wear a tinfoil hat. You can have conspiracy. You can talk about like conspiracies and stuff like that. Just if you start talking about like extra crazy shit and I call you on it and say, look, I can prove this definitively, you are wrong, you know, like you can say the moon may be hollow and you might be right. You might actually be correct in that statement. But if you say, yeah, we never went to the moon, it's like, no, we went to the fucking moon. They didn't fake the moon landing. And the only reason we know that is because you can pull out a telescope and see the flag there. And you can say like, well, they didn't do it when they said they did it. Okay, maybe they didn't. Maybe they did part of that on a sound stage just so they could say they beat Russia. But we did go to the moon, even if it was just eventually. Let me quench my pearls. I think you meant clutch. Hey, some people get real touchy about that kind of shit. Like telling you got to be careful. I just, it's like, and I don't think you were here at the beginning. And I was talking about how I'm not watching politics for a minute. I'm like taking a brain break from it, and I'm real afraid because I went into a podcast and it wasn't ABL. It was a different podcast. And I had said it about ABL at one point, like right before the election. People were talking kind of cultishly in it. And I went on this podcast and I'm watching the guys like live chat, and I'm like, God damn, I've heard this language somewhere before. And then I looked up an old school like Young Turks podcast, or I can't remember what the hell it was, maybe Jimmy Dore, something. But like all the leftists were saying the exact same thing as the hard on the right people, except for just reverse names. So instead of like Trump, it was Biden. You know what I mean? Shit show of what happened today with what? Politics? Oh, you're fine. You can multitask. I don't even know what happened today. But you know what I mean? I've said that this show was supposed to be like a palate cleanser. So was the Sunday show. The Sunday show, I'm skipping Sundays for a couple weeks till I build up more prints with the new 3D printer. So it's like I won't be on this Sunday, I won't be on next Sunday, and maybe the Sunday after. I might bring the Sunday show back after I got a bunch of prints to paint. Because I'm running out of stuff to paint, I'll be honest with you. Um, so about the Discord. I can't see it unless you posted it in my Discord. Oh, yeah. Oh Jesus, you got involved in some Facebook thread, and oh my God, a shit show with crying libs. Oh no, you got in one of those debates? I tried to all my liberal friends, I tried to calm them the fuck down myself and like try and find some unity with them, and then one just went absolutely batshit and started like it was legit like MSNBC. It was like I was arguing with Joy Reid. It was terrible. Yeah, so I don't know if I got booted out of the ABL Discord or something glitched and I'm not in it anymore, but I can't access it anymore. So I don't know what happened exactly there. Mister was in the stream earlier. You know, everybody that's on that Discord was pretty much in the stream earlier. So I have no idea what happened, but I was just like, hey, okay, no problem. So it's like most people that were on that Discord are actually in my Discord. I don't know if you're in my Discord. Well, because I know the guy would never watch a show like this and never watch my show and support me, I can tell the story of my one lib friend. So I ran a store that was just outside Camden, New Jersey, and he actually I was his training manager. He was one of my assistant managers, and I trained people to become store managers. And because I was in like one of the most dangerous stores or whatever, but he is one of those typical like he would show up and it's a GameStop for God's sake, right? This guy would show up with a shirt and tie on. His girlfriend slash wife we're pretty sure was sleeping with the Sony rep, and he was one of these guys that was he was like one of the whitest guys you ever met in your life, and he was scared of black people. But soon as BLM happened, he was like one of the first ones to put up the, do his picture and icon and everything on Facebook in black, like all in black to show solidarity and all this stuff. And it was bad. Like I mean just I told him, I was like, look, man, it's all gonna be okay. Blah 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 blah. You know, Trump ain't all that bad. And he started going off about LGBTQ people and his family and how Trump's going to imprison them and you know, he was going to do this and he was going to do that. And I'm like, dude, absolutely none of that shit's going to happen. Best I can tell you is just watch the next 4 years. And then if any of that shit happens, I'll be one of the first ones to call it out. But if not, it ain't going to happen. Like, I was like, it's not going to happen. Yep, there you go. So it was your boyfriend's friends. That's even worse. Yeah, the black square thing. Like, I never changed my profile picture to black square. I was like, what the hell is this shit? Matter of fact, when the riots first broke out, the whole summer of love riots, when they first started, first place I called was Camden, and got a couple of my friends from up there that are deep in the hood on the phone, and I was talking to them, and they were actually like scared because they're just like, "Yo, people are fucking going wild up here. Like they're going nuts." Then I talked to my one buddy. He was in North Carolina, and he was like, "Yeah, he's like, it's this is real fucked up and real bad, you know." Yeah, it was crazy across the damn board. Yeah, look, I don't have to sit there and state I'm not racist because I'm not racist. You know what I mean? Like, if you got to tell people you're not a racist, then you just might be a racist. If you got to do stuff like put that black square in your profile, what that signifies to me is don't hurt me because I'm going to talk nice about you while you're in the room, and the moment you leave this room, you know, like unfucking real. Unreal. Like, so it's cool because I got to grow up in the north and then move to the south. Yeah, exactly. They protected what was theirs. You ain't burning my shit down, and that's the way it should be. But yeah, the difference I've noticed between the south and the north is this: the racists that are down in the south, and there are some, are loud and proud about it. They have no problem telling you exactly who the hell they are, exactly who the hell they hate. Up north, people would act and be different in front of somebody's face. And the moment they left the room, the shit that came out of their mouth would be the most vile shit you ever heard. That was the major difference between the North and the South when it came to racism. Because there is racism. And, you know, I don't know. I have this talk with my buddy D all the time, and I'll say, I don't understand this or I don't understand that. My buddy D, he'll say to me, that's because you don't see color. Like you don't give a shit, you know, what somebody looks like or what their background is. You're gonna have a conversation with them and talk to them. And if you don't like them as a person, you don't talk to you'll be like, yo, we're good. I'm out. And you'll just walk the fuck away from them. You're not that guy, you know, like you're just not down with that stuff. You don't see anybody in different light because of who they are. I don't know. It's kind of crazy how that goes. Well, I'm not going to lie at all. So I have and he's like one of my dear friends at this point. I'd even call him kind of a brother. But he grew up in the hood and he became first he was a parole officer. He worked for me. He was one of my assistants, and then he decided he wanted to go and become a parole or not a parole officer, a what the hell are they called? What is it? Prison guard. But that's not what you call them. Anyway, he became one of them because he wanted to work his way into law enforcement, and his whole goal was when he grew up as a kid. He grew up in Camden. He grew up hard because looks like a white boy, and he grew up in a bad spot, and he wanted to clean up the city. Becomes a cop and all that, and he was treated by even his family. They were calling him like a murderer and all kinds of stuff. Um, and he was like, I literally want to be quit being a cop because of this. Just the way people were treating him. So it doesn't shock me that cops don't even get involved and let people just do whatever, especially during that time. Correctional officer. There you go. I'm sitting there like probation officer. No, that's not it. It's not a PO. What is it? A CO. Makes sense. But yeah, like I felt terrible. Like I had to sit there on the phone with him. Like I mean, he was like half broken hearted. He's like my mom, my sister. Like they're like, oh, all you want to do is lock up black people and shit like this. And he's like, no, that's not it. Like I just wanted to make the city better. Like I don't abuse my authority or my power and hurt people. Like what the fuck? Like you've known me my whole life. But yeah, he was broken hearted. Although it was cool because I've had him run my record a couple times. Always like, yeah, what I got on my record this week? Nothing but speeding tickets. Yeah, and like being a CEO is that's a rough job, Les. Um, and Smurf, yeah, your ex, yeah, you've told me about that craziness. But yeah, being a correctional officer, dude, that's a rough job. Prisoners spitting in your face, calling you this, that, or the other thing, and like you can't kick the shit out of them. Like, yo, I'm not the one in jail. You are. Like, I swear they should just like assign robots to do that job because then it would be like the robot wouldn't give a shit what you're saying to him, but it's a human being on the other side of that badge. Yeah, it's like there was a point in time where cops were a lot shittier. That point in time is not 2020 or 2019 or whatever. There's there may be a trust me, there's some scumbag cops. There really are. It's not all of them are scumbags though. There's some that are really doing the right thing for the right reasons and unfortunately they're seeing people on their worst day. They don't Cops do not see people on their best day when they're at the happiest in their lives. They usually see them when they're, like in a fight with their spouse or, had too much to drink, got behind the wheel of a car, or were slanging drugs, got nailed, or whatever. Yeah. And that's right, Les. Like, I know Chicago was like that with the cops. We're all on like the take and would just beat the shit out of people. I know in New Jersey, where I grew up, we didn't have like local police. We had a state trooper barracks, and where I lived, all we had was because I was out in the woods when I was a kid, and it was well known when you're a teenager. If the state troopers catch you and you're an asshole to them, they will take you behind the station and beat you like a government mule. They will just whoop your ass. Like you'll be praying for death by the time they're done with you. but that was a while ago. The good old days when beer was cheap and women were loose. No, seriously though. Yeah, it's crazy. So that's what changed you over to more of a conservative mindset was the corruption in government because like I'm not going to lie at all. I've always seen government as always horns on the same goat so to speak. Nowadays like what we've got going on is quite different from all the shit I've grown up with. Like I've said this before and I kind of stand by I still stand by it. One of the big things that like MAGA people in particular will call conservatives is rhinos if they don't agree with them. You're a rhino. You're a rhino. Republican in name only, right? I don't think that's accurate. Oh, okay, that's cool. Your grandfather's got what got you in the red. But yeah, I think the rhinos are actually the establishment. I mean, aren't the establishment. Actually, it's Trump and MAGA that's really the rhinos because when you look at them fundamentally, they're more classic libertarian and liberal than they are classic conservative or classic Republican. Yeah, that would make sense. I got, I really started getting into politics. Um, I started following it during Obama's second term. Not even during his second term. At the end of his first term, when he was running for re-election, and he did the whole hope and change, hope and change, hope and change, and then the next thing you know, his next campaign was basically either you vote for me or you're a racist, and it's like, dude, we already elected you once. Nobody is racist like that. Like you're already running the country. We've already, in a landslide type victory too. Everybody's kind of proved that they're not really racist by that definition where they're afraid of a black person in power. So what are you talking about, my guy? And the actual the true red pill moment was actually in August of 2012. I know the exact month when it happened because I got married in May of 2012. And my wife and I were discussing things because, like I said, always in New Jersey, and it wasn't vote blue no matter who for me. I just thought, like, even though Obama had pulled shit during his second run, it was right in that time frame. My wife was like, Obamacare and this, that, and the other thing. I was like, well, wait a minute, that's just guaranteeing that everybody gets health care. And she's like, no, it isn't. Haven't you ever read the fucking bill? I said, no, why would I read the bill? And I started arguing with her more. And she goes, you're a fucking uninformed idiot. I said, what? She goes, you're an idiot. Don't talk shit about stuff that you didn't research yourself and pay attention to. I read through the entire fucking bill. So me figuring I'm going to prove her wrong, went and read through the entire fucking bill. And when I was done with it, I had to come with my hat in my hands and beg for her forgiveness because I was fucking wrong. They had shit in there where if like here's something that nobody ever fucking talked about. If you smoked weed, went to a doctor and you told your doctor, "Hey, I smoked weed." In Obamacare, that doctor by law was required to report that to the federal government that you had partaken in an illegal substance, and therefore they could come to your house and take your guns if they wanted to. Shit like this was in that fucking bill. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, and it was crazy. It was crazy. I read it and like it was my red pill moment where I was like, holy shit, the whole fucking narrative around this is a lie. This is all bullshit. And then one lady I worked with, her son is disabled in a wheelchair. And he's like, this lady was like 60 something, like 65 or whatever. And her son is in his 30s, married with two kids. He wasn't always in a wheelchair, you know? But she's sitting there, and it was when Trump was running. And she said, yeah, Trump's running on, he's going to repeal Obamacare, and that's the only reason I'm going to vote for him. And I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, my son got hit with that mandate for him, his wife, his kids, and it's going to cost him like $1,200 in fines or something like this. It's like, holy shit. She's like, hey, he doesn't have insurance. It's like, God damn, because of the mandate that was in there. That's just it. Like the government, the only thing I'm looking forward to right now is, and, like I said, I haven't watched what's going on. I'm hoping that everything goes the way it should. But yeah, hopefully Elon and Vivek with that whole Doge thing, the Department of Government Efficiency, go in there and gut the shit out of this government. I mean, cut it down to like a third of the people that work there, do away with shit that we really don't need, and just clean it up. Like, I'm hoping for all this. Do I think it's actually going to happen? I don't, because you're kind of trying to slay the dragon. I mean, I think this is the best chance that we'll ever have at it as a nation to reduce our government, fundamentally change it. And I really do want to believe, but let's be real about things. We're talking about politicians here, and I think they have the power and the brains and everything to do it. But this shit's so big, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to dick punch this government down and downsize it. They got a shot, but I'll tell you now, all it'll take is a couple mistakes, and this can all tumble down like a house of cards or get locked up, like gridlocked so hard that it's screwed up. Trump has a lot he promised on that campaign trail, and he better pull that shit off within the first 2 years he's in office. Or else that's it. You will see the House and the Senate both go blue, and he'll just sit out the last 2 years of his presidency with his thumb in his bum. I just, like I said, I would like to believe, but, and maybe, like the whole thing that fucks me up with him, really, with Trump is I do think something changed within him when he got shot. I 110%, even, like some people say by the grace of God, and, Jesus was watching him and everything else. I don't know about all that, but I do know when you come that close to death, how it changes your perception of life and your place in life. Right. There you go. Exactly, Les. You have no fucking, well, and that's just it. If you end up, so I don't even know who the hell's the new speaker anyway. Or no, this the speaker is going to stay the same. Who's in charge of the Senate? I know it's not Mitch McConnell. But I know Rick Scott was going for it, and everybody, like, I think Elon Musk was backing him or whatever last I saw. And then I stopped watching, so I don't know if Rick Scott got it. But honestly, I don't want Rick Scott in there. He's kind of an asshole. Yeah, I think it was a very positive thing for him too. I think I think it gave him religion for one, and I also think it put in almost a delusion of grandeur that I was spared so that I could do something that is super important, like fix our government. I wholeheartedly believe it changed his mind on a lot of points of view about different stuff. Because getting shot is scary. Like, it really fucking is. It's terrifying. And it hurts. Hurts a lot. Even if it is just like a graze. Like, I don't know, though. This is either going to be amazing and a fantastic time to be alive, or it's going to be a very big disappointment. But it's also being surrounded with the right people. And I think he's got the right people. I think he's got a lot of. I think he's got some of the smartest people around him. It's just, does he make the smartest choices with it, or does he fall into traps and pitfalls? Like, one of the big pitfalls is trusting people like Lindsey Graham. Like, if you think that guy's on anybody's side but his own, you've got a thing coming. That dude is no good, no good at all. But it'll be interesting to see. We'll finally get to see the JFK files. I think that's 110% going to happen. There's no way he didn't cut that deal with RFK Jr. that I will release all the files on your uncle. I want to see the Epstein list. I want to see who was on there and who actually did what. Like, and I'm not just talking one side of the aisle, I'm talking both sides of the aisle. I want to see every last scumbag exposed. Yeah, I mean, I can't have faith. Like, and the only reason I can't have faith is because it's not in my hands and it's not my wife's hands. Like, my wife would do the right thing morally. You know what I mean? I know that 100% in my heart. And I know if I had access to all the information and all that shit, I would redact people's names as far as if they're an active agent in the field. Like, you're in the CIA, you're out in the field. I'm not going to give up who you are. You're in the FBI. I'm not going to give up who you are if you're doing some kind of sting operation. But if you had some kind of fuckery and there's some dirt on you, I'm flipping like, here you go. Here's all the dirt, and I'm just going to open it up and let the public have at it. No more. Well, you'll do what we say. Well, I don't want to do what you say. And well, we got this dirt on you. No more of that. Get get the special interest out of our government. Kill some of this money. Like, that's one of those law, or I don't know if he can do it by executive action or have Congress pass it, and it's going to be hard to get through Congress because a lot of them do it. But if you're no longer one of the rules should be you're no longer allowed to trade stocks if you are in the Congress of the U.S. You have to, like, either put that in a blind trust, and if you're ever caught double dealing, then you go to jail, directly to jail. You forfeit any gains, goes directly to the charity of your choice, and have a nice day. Because there's no reason why somebody should be able to be in Congress for as long as somebody like, I don't know, Nancy Pelosi is on 100 and some odd thousand dollar a year salary, live in one of the most upscale places in California, in San Francisco, and have hundreds of millions of dollars. There's no reason that should happen. If she came in with hundreds of millions of dollars, that's fine. But if she made it while she was there, something's fucked up. There is no way you are betting on stock. If you were that kind of fucking brilliant businesswoman, you wouldn't be in Congress. You would be like just playing the stock market on the daily. So don't give me your shit. Like you're passing a law. You know the law's coming up. You know how everybody's going to vote, and then you're like, "Hey, honey, here's what we want to do." And you'll make X amount of dollars for you and your partners. I also want them to retract Bill Clinton's bill that allowed pharmaceutical companies to advertise on television. I want that like pulled. You're not allowed to have ads for pharmaceutical products. I think I was listening to Jimmy Dore, and he had said he had a joke, a whole joke about that. And it was like basically, at the end of every drug commercial, they say ask your doctor if Ozempic's right for you, for example. And Jimmy Dore's like, it's my fucking doctor. Shouldn't he know that Ozempic's right for me and suggest it to me? Why am I watching that shit on TV? He's not wrong. Like I really want them to I kind of want the impossible. I want honest people running our government again. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. I can't worry about it, and I'm purposefully staying away from the damn news just cuz. Well, so Ozempic, right? Let's take that for example. What do you use it for now? Weight loss. What was it designed for? Diabetes, right? But people are taking it for weight loss. I, then sell it as a weight loss drug. You can sell it as both. Just, you know what I mean? I do think it's hysterical though because it's like Viagra. Do you think they were like, "Hey, let's invent something for you to fix erectile dysfunction," or some old dude wants to party with some young girl, so let's get him some kind of drug? No, that's not how that happened. They were working on a heart attack drug, and Viagra happened to appear, and then they realized one of the side effects was the little fellow deciding to salute the flag, and yeah, then they realized, holy shit, we can make a ton of money off this. See, I'm even skipping ABL less. You know, it's not against anybody. It's just I'm trying to pull out of it as hard as I can for a while. And it's not because I'm pissed at ABL or I don't like a show. It's quite the opposite. I actually respect ABL because no matter what he says or anything else, you can tell. Like I've watched him long enough, you can't fake it. Like he's real. That's really who he is, and he's not lying. That's how he feels and everything else. So I respect him. You know, um, even if I don't agree with all his takes sometimes, I still respect the hell out of ABL because he's real. He's as real as they come. But yeah, I'm skipping his show too. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could agree with you there, but this is in fact the magic shot for weight loss. It really is. Um, but you're also not wrong. You should have the self control to control, like balance your diet and make smarter decisions, go exercise and stuff. But The only reason why I say like that magic pill is it's kind of a good thing to have, and that's because my best friend, he passed away or whatever, and it wasn't his fault. He was eating healthy and everything else. He's just always been a big guy. Like it's just his genetic makeup. The lowest weight he ever was 300. Just I think it was like 295, maybe just under 300. I mean, now granted, he was 6'3", big Scottish dude, but yeah, like he was eating healthy, everything else. He was so big, like just naturally a big dude, you know. So it's like I can't fault people. Some people I can fault, you know. I'm not in the best of shape. I'm lazy as fuck. That's my superpower. I'm lazy. Laziness is my superpower. But I can understand some people just have it genetically rough and they can eat like no food or they have something go wrong with them and they put on a ton of weight. It happens. Hell, women, menopause is the thing. They hit menopause and you put on all kinds of weight or you go skeleton thin, one of the two. There's like seems to be no in between with that shit. Thank you, Les. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. I'm about to sign out for the night myself. I've been done and I'm just sitting here running my gums at this point. So, but I'll be back next Thursday, 8 o'clock. Thank you again, everybody who watched and everything else. The failed Yeti, it sucked. And then I got this awesome one right here of Pyramid Head. But I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you for having the conversation with me and just going through it and chilling. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys have a great week and I'll see you next Thursday. So everybody have a good night and just remember until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night everybody.